Live, yes.
Good morning. Inmate number 265071, inmate Elmer Echevarria.
No, Nostin.
Excuse me, sorry, I apologize. Inmate William Nostin Senior, inmate number 433385.
Thank you. So at this hearing today is Robert Sazauskas
Deborah Smith Palmieri, Aileen Keys.
and William Nostrin has been moved to another facility. So I'm going to make a motion to continue this case to another date due to him being moved. So in regards to William Nostrin 433385, I make a motion to continue this case. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Send anyone in?
All those people, how is it? This is the only.
They're waiting for that other cat, but I guess he's already become.
Good morning.
Order.
Can I have your name, please?
Taiwan.
Okay, give us 1 second. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri, Aileen Keys.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Taiwan Todd, 362585.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Taiwan Todd, inmate number 362585. He is serving a total effective sentence of 6 years, followed by 7 years, 364 days special parole for use of a machine gun, aggressive purpose, and stealing firearm. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 19, 2026. There was no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the domestic violence program and is currently participating in Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Todd, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Read my letter. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I want to begin by acknowledging my mistakes I have made and harm I have caused as a result of my actions. I take full responsibility for my involvement in my offense and deeply regret the negativity impact I had on my community, my family, and myself. During this time in custody, I have focused on learning from my mistakes and becoming a better person. I participated in domestic violence actively in Tier 2. I am currently working as a Tier-man. I'm on the waiting list for voices, and these programs have taught me how to become a better person and change my decision-making. These programs helped me understand the root of my actions and gave me the tools I need to become a responsible, law-abiding life. At this time, has allowed me to reflect on how the choices have harmed not just only myself, but my community, my kids, my wife. I'm working hard to change people, places, and things. So my family moved out of the state so I can have a better start. I'm committed to becoming someone who is a positive role model in the community and to my children. If I am granted parole, I have a plan to move to Maryland with my family, and I have employment set up as in many other places. And if I don't get parole out here and either or over there, I understand your concerns about public safety and the responsibility you have in making this decision today. I want to assure you that I am ready to return to society as a changed man and a positive role model to my family. Thank you for listening and hearing me out today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Todd, for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is we're going to take turns asking questions. And when we're done, we're going to deliberate and talk about your case, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
All right.
My colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri, she's going to start with the questions this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Todd. I appreciate your opening statement. It's always helpful when people come prepared for the hearing. Give us your thoughts. I heard you talk about taking full responsibility, acknowledging the harm, because there is harm to the community when you possess firearms.
Right.
Let's talk about the firearms that you possessed and the fact that one of the guns was stolen. I heard your explanation is that you live in New Haven, so you felt that it was necessary to carry a firearm. Do you still think that's an appropriate response?
No, I don't think we should carry a firearm, period, if you're not licensed to carry a firearm. But my response to that was due to my past trauma of my upbringing. And New Haven, that's what, if you don't protect yourself, anything can happen to you.
Okay, so you were prepared to use that firearm if you were backed into a corner by somebody? Is that what we're hearing?
If I had to, but I'm not prepared to do that. I didn't want to do that. I don't want to use the firearm.
So you were on probation when you committed this new offense. What were you doing with probation? Were you doing any programs? Were you meeting with them?
Yeah, I was meeting with probation. I was actually working until I got into a serious motorcycle accident, and then that kind of set me out of work for a little time. So That was that, but I was actively going, showing up, giving clean urines, no, I never violated, none of that.
So how long were you out of work because of the motorcycle accident?
Before I got arrested, before I caught this offense,
Yes.
roughly 8 months, something like that.
You feel like you're capable of being employed now?
Yeah,
Physically?
absolutely. Somewhat
You've been
because
working
I
as a
got,
repairman?
huh?
Go ahead, finish.
Excuse me. No, I can't hear the question.
I said, you feel like you're physically able to be employed now?
Yeah, to a certain extent, I got physical disabilities due to the accident, but for the most part,
Okay. Okay. So you also, what set off the arrest for the firearms was the domestic violence with your girlfriend?
my my kid's mother.
Right, right. So how have you learned to manage that situation a little bit differently?
Now that I've been in, my daughter a little older, really kind of stemmed from my daughter deceiting both of her parents, like saying, asking one and saying no, yes to the other one, no to the other. So kind of like gave us a little friction. That's how the case really had began. But now that like since I've been in and all that, I kind of like me and her on better terms and like coming together as co-parenting. Like so it's not really me and her, like there's no friction.
Okay, so your violence against your child's mother was due to the friction between the two of you not getting along that turned physical?
It never went physical. That's why the whole case, like in my case, it never.
Live? Yes.
Good morning. Uh, Inmate number 265071, inmate Elmer Echevarria.
No, Stin.
Excuse me, sorry, I apologize. Inmate William Nostin Senior, inmate number 433385.
Thank you. So at this hearing today is Robert Sazauskas
Deborah Smith Palmieri, Aileen Keys.
and William Nostrin has been moved to another facility. So I'm going to make a motion to continue this case to another date due to him being moved. So in regards to William Nostrin 433385, I make a motion to continue this case. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Send anyone in?
All those people, how is it? This is the only.
Waiting for that other guy, but I guess he's.
Good morning.
Order.
Can I have your name, please?
Taiwan Todd.
Okay, give us 1 second. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri. Amy Keys.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Taiwan Todd, 362585.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Taiwan Todd, inmate number 362585. He is serving a total effective sentence of 6 years, followed by 7 years, 364 days special parole for use of a machine gun, aggressive purpose, and stealing firearm. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 19, 2026. There was no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the domestic violence program and is currently participating in Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of recidivism. Mr. Todd, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Read my letter. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I want to begin by acknowledging my mistakes I have made and harm I have caused as a result of my actions. I take full responsibility for my involvement in my offense and deeply regret the negativity impact I had on my community, my family, and myself. During this time in custody, I have focused on learning from my mistakes and becoming a better person. I participated in domestic violence actively in Tier 2. I am currently working as a chairman. I'm on the waiting list for voices, and these programs have taught me how to become a better person and change my decision making. These programs helped me understand the root of my actions and gave me the tools I need to become a responsible, law-abiding life. At this time, has allowed me to reflect on how the choices have harmed not just only myself, but my community, my kids, my wife. I'm working hard to change people, place, and things. So my family moved out of the state so I can have a better start. I'm committed to becoming someone who is a positive role model in the community and to my children. If I am granted parole, I have a plan to move to Maryland with my family, and I have employment set up as as in many other places. And if I don't get parole out here and either or over there, I understand your concerns about public safety and the responsibility you have in making this decision today. I want to assure you that I am ready to return to society as a changed man and a positive role model to my family. Thank you for listening and hearing me out today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Todd, for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is we're going to take turns asking questions. And when we're done, we're going to deliberate and talk about your case, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
All right.
My colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri, she's going to start with the questions this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Todd. I appreciate your opening statement. It's always helpful when people come prepared for the hearing. Give us your thoughts. I heard you talk about taking full responsibility, acknowledging the harm, because there is harm to the community when you possess firearms.
Right.
Let's talk about the firearms that you possessed and the fact that one of the guns was stolen. I heard your explanation is that you live in New Haven, so you felt that it was necessary to carry a firearm. Do you still think that's an appropriate response?
No, I don't think we should carry a firearm, period, if you're not licensed to carry a firearm. But my response to that was due to my past trauma of my upbringing. And New Haven, that's what, if you don't protect yourself, anything can happen to you.
Okay, so you were prepared to use that firearm if you were backed into a corner by somebody? Is that what we're hearing?
If I had to, but I'm not prepared to do that. I didn't want to do that. I don't want to use the firearm.
So you were on probation when you committed this new offense. What were you doing with probation? Were you doing any programs? Were you meeting with them?
Yeah, I was meeting with probation. I was actually working until I got into a serious motorcycle accident, and then that kind of set me out of work for a little time. So that was that. But I was actively going, showing up, giving clean urines. No, I never violated none of that.
So how long were you out of work because of the motorcycle accident?
Before I got arrested, before I caught this offense?
Yes.
Roughly 8 months, something like that.
You feel like you're capable of being employed now?
Yeah,
Physically?
absolutely.
Okay.
Somewhat,
You've been
because
working as a airman? Go ahead, finish.
Excuse me. No, I can't hear the question.
I said you feel like you're physically able to be employed now?
Yeah, to a certain extent, I got physical disabilities due to the accident, but for the most part.
Okay. So you also, what set off the arrest for the firearms was the domestic violence with your girlfriend?
My kid's mother.
Right. So how have you learned to manage that situation a little bit differently?
Now that I've been in, my daughter a little older, really kind of stemmed from my daughter to see in both of her parents, asking one and saying no, yes to the other one, no to the other. So kind of gave us a little friction. That's how the case really had begun. But now that since I've been in and all that, I kind of me and her on better terms and coming together as co-parenting. So it's not really me and her, there's no friction.
Okay. So your violence against your child's mother was due to the friction between the two of you not getting along that turned physical?
It never went physical. That's why the whole case, in my case, it never even went fit. It was just more verbal, we arguing and she calling the cops and just to see of the kid, of the child. So now since I've been in, man, she kind of reached out, talked to my parents, trying to contact, I'm sorry for saying this and doing this. And, I gotta forgive her, like, in order to be a productive father to my daughter, that's still her mom.
Okay, and you still are in a relationship with her?
No, I'm in a relationship with my second daughter mom. That's my oldest daughter mom.
Got it. Right, okay. So I heard you talk a little bit about taking the domestic violence program. So how do you think that's going to help you with your future relationships?
Just don't have a short fuse. Don't let people just irk you for no reason. And honestly, this whole thing was just a misunderstanding between me and her. So it's just more so like made me really realize, like, impulsive behavior is not really the way to go. And it's short tempered, but it kind of hit a sensitive spot because it was due to my child.
Okay. From the outside looking in, tell me, somebody with a short fuse, somebody that can be irked quite that easily, should you be carrying a firearm?
No, I shouldn't have been carrying a firearm, period.
I heard you say in your opening statement that you're ready to return to the community and that you've changed. Tell me how you think you've changed.
I think I've changed because, for one, I'm getting older and I'm maturing. And as far as, like we just were saying about the impulsiveness, easily influenced, easy temper, like that's things that you deal with in here on a daily. And if I could control myself in here, in this environment, how can I not control myself in the world? So them steps right there that I'm learning in here, I'm willing to take with me to society.
I mean, it seems like you're certainly settled down a bit, because you have quite a history. With that robbery, you did a lot of time. You were incarcerated for a while, and previously you've had 20 disciplinary reports. So you do have 2 this time. They do go back over a year ago. They go back over a year ago. So it does seem as though you've settled in. I heard you talk about relocating. And that's part of your release plan, is to relocate to Maryland?
Yes, if I'm granted, yes.
And your aunt and your girlfriend have both agreed to either one has agreed to sponsor you if you should get parole.
Right.
Okay. How much longer do you have to go in the tier program?
A month, December 16th.
Okay. And why do you think they have you taking the tier program?
Because I got caught with drugs.
Okay. Do you think you have an issue with using drugs? Do you think it impacts your life?
Yeah, absolutely. You feel me? I smoke marijuana and stuff like that. I had drugs on me, so that that I feel like that impact anybody. Like when you alter your decision making.
Do you think it altered your decision making?
You saying in my offense or period?
In general, in your life outside of the sentence.
Keep me calm and make you mellowed out. So yeah, I would say it alter your decision making.
When you tell me that it makes you calm and makes you, mellow, seems to me like you think it helps with your decision making.
It depends. It depends on the use of it. It depends on what you do. Like, what you're using it for.
Okay. Do you think if you hadn't been using marijuana to the degree you were, that maybe you would not have felt the need to carry a firearm? Or maybe you would have thought about the consequences of obtaining a firearm when you were on probation and not prohibited, not legally allowed to carry a firearm?
Yeah, I probably would have more likely thought about it more. I'd have definitely put my mind to that, probably more than likely.
So you weren't working and you were selling drugs to support yourself?
Yeah,
All right, Mr. Todd, thank you very much. Have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Todd, I just want to clear up some of the things that you talked about, so I can understand it better. You said that this domestic violence incident was a misunderstanding and that it never turned physical, but according to my records, you were convicted of strangulation as part of this. Why were you convicted of strangulation if this was not physical?
that's why I said my previous baby mother like contacted me. She tried to contact my lawyer to like basically like, oh, he never put his hands on me into that because I never did that. They ended up getting her ring cam footage and showing that me and her was just physical arguing. I was off the porch, she was on the porch, and it was just like being spiteful, like a spiteful moment because me and her was at odds at what was going on.
So did you go to trial for that, or you pled guilty for strangulation?
Nah,
Even though you didn't?
I pled guilty. Yeah, I pled guilty to all my charges due to the time that they was offering. My attorney said this was a good offer, so it's just.
We have to go based on the records and the police reports and the things that we have here. I mean, you pled guilty to strangulation, but you're saying today that this never was violent. And then something else struck me too, that I found strange after having taken a domestic violence class, that you said you forgive her. Why would you be forgiving the victim? I've never heard of that. Why would you forgive her for you strangling her? I mean, it doesn't.
That's why I said I forgive her, because I never strangled her. I'm in here, I never put my hands on her. So that's why I said, when I said I forgive her, she contacted my family, basically like, oh, I apologize for just telling the police that, because we was arguing. So now it's like, we on the same page because I never even put my hands on her. But it was more so like a jealousy. It was due to my daughter, but she was really in her feelings because I moved on with my new baby mother. It was one of them spiteful get at you moments. So it's like, I gotta forgive you, but
Yeah. All right. And then the other thing we didn't really talk about is that in 2019, you had other gun charges, right?
yes.
You didn't recognize after that incident when he went to jail and everything. I mean, there were 2 gun charges with that 2019 crime. You didn't recognize after that you shouldn't carry guns anymore?
No, I did recognize it, and that's why I said I'm working on changing people, place, and things. It was just more so like protecting myself. When I was 16, 17 years old, I got shot like 4 times. So it was just one of those like I'd rather protect myself than anything. You feel what I'm saying? So it's just one of those.
Yeah.
Now that I'm older.
And it hasn't been that long. In 2019, you were in for gun charges, same thing. And then you got out, and then now in 2023, you're back again in the same kind of thing, 2023 it happened. So it was like after your time in jail, you had 10 years execution suspended after 5. I mean, it was only 4 years later after that sentence that you possessed more guns. So like you said in your opening statement, it's a difficult balance for us as far as public safety. And I think you recognize that. This is not easy for us when we look at all these gun charges and the robbery and stuff. Yeah. I got that. You understood that in your opening statement. Yeah, you know how difficult this is. Okay, let me just see if I have anything else. I think that's it. Let me see if my colleague has anything else, okay? Thank you for speaking with me. Councilmember Keys.
Thank you, Chair. So, I have heard you talk about it quite a bit, but I also want to ask just a couple of questions about the offense. I was going to bring up that I heard you saying you forgive your daughter's mother. What I heard, though, too, was that you really seem to sort of place the blame on your daughter a significant amount. And I have not, that's relatively new. Because supposedly she was telling each parent different things. Secondly, I heard you blaming your daughter's mother. It was multiple phone calls that had come into police to report an active domestic. It wasn't just the mom. So several people witnessed, either heard or saw a domestic occurring and called police. And then the domestic, yeah, the domestic started at, is it your grandmother's house who had your daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and the mother, and because you were incarcerated a significant amount, you didn't have parental rights to visits, like no schedule or anything, right?
We didn't have that, but she was basically going, my daughter was going, can I explain the story?
Yeah, please.
My daughter, all right, my daughter was going to school from, I don't have the rights of her, but my family did. She was going to school from my family house. Her mother is separate. So my daughter ended up getting in trouble in school. So now I tell her she can't go to sleep at her friend's house. My baby, she calls her mom. Her mom basically told her, yeah, she can go. But me, my mother, my grandmother didn't allow her because my daughter was kind of up in school. So I go get my daughter, I bring her home or whatever. So now my daughter mom, she getting mad because of basically she felt like we overpower what she's saying, and she's the mom, but she goes to school from with us. She lives in Meriden, and my daughter going to school from in New Haven with us. So we basically have her. So she sends her husband, a dude that me and Reddy had friction with, to pick my daughter up, and they basically like they lied who's saying picked her up. So now the guy comes, pick my daughter up. She leaves. I catch wind of it. I start arguing with my baby mother. That's why I started in New Haven at my grandmother's house, basically the argument. The dude takes my daughter to Meriden. So now I call my daughter on FaceTime. I'm seeing smoke in the car, all this stuff. She's 13 years old, a girl with 4 dudes in the car. So that's my daughter. I'm protective over her. Like, it's like, nah. So I go to Meriden or whatever, my baby mother there. I'm arguing with her about sending dude. If you was gonna come and get her, you should have came and got her. You're not gonna send dudes that I don't even know not to pick my child up from my house. Like, that's disrespectful, and I'm just not going for that with my child. So that's where me and her get into it. Is more so like her spite is like she was holding stuff against me already because I moved on from her. So it was like one of those like being spiteful in the same breath of like trying to disrespect me and push my buttons. So that's how the whole thing started. So when me and her arguing, whatever, end up leaving, now she calls the cops on me saying that I put my hands on her, boom, boom, boom. And that never even happened. When it got the Ring camera and showed that never even happened. So now that's why I said it was like she was being spiteful.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the backstory. I appreciate your sharing a different side of the backstory, because that does at least incorporate the grandmother's house to the other home and everything, and her other daughter's father coming to pick up the child. Did your aunt bring you to the house in Meriden to get your daughter, or at least to discuss? Because she drove you.
Yeah,
and was she trying to?
Yes, she did.
And was she trying to pull you off and intervene in the fight? Because it says that your aunt was trying to yelling at you to stop and trying to pull you off of your child's mom.
She didn't try. It was never even no physical contact, so it was never no pulling off. Where I was on the porch yelling at her, my aunt got out the car first and was telling her, why would you do that, knowing that's going to trigger someone. So when I get out, I'm yelling. My aunt kind of like pushing me back down the stairs, like, yo, let's just leave because she's not hearing your side. You yelling at her, she yelling is no medium. So we're going back and forth. My aunt finally take me and we end up leaving, and that was that.
Thank you. And is that the same aunt that, I know you want to go to your fiance in Maryland, is that the same aunt that both confirmed their willingness, your fiance in Maryland and your aunt confirmed, is that the same aunt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then in prior incarceration, so you have taken some great programs, but a lot of them were before. You took Good Intentions, Bad Choices in 2013. You completed the SRG for gang affiliation, Voices, 2012, Tier 2, Anger Management, Alternative to Violence Basic, Alternative to Violence Advanced. Those are both 2012. And you had been in Tier 4 a long time ago in 2010, but left. Why do you think, this time, I know you're a little older, this time you've completed DV, although we heard some concerning, I think, applications of what you had learned there, and you're currently in tier 2. What would be different this time? You've taken great programs before and still struggle. How can we feel confident that, you know, with what you've taken now you really are ready and you're going to be able to do well? We want you to be happy too. We want you to have a happy, successful, healthy life and healthy relationships and no violence, no guns. How can we feel confident you're ready for that?
Because now, like, I only can speak for today and my life further on from here, you know? So now it's just more so I'm in a better headspace as a man and I'm trying to be productive in my life as far as just changing everything around me. As far as the toxic relationship in the past of my baby mother, even just being out here in Connecticut with just old friends and old things that trigger you to backslide. And that's what the point of me moving away so I can just get a fresh start. I'm on a uplook, me and my girl, like the kids over there, she's doing great with herself. So it's just like one of those situations where if I was to fail, I deserve jail, you know? I changed my whole surrounding just so I can't fail. So now this is the best start I ever had in my life. Like, honestly, I never had no start better than this moment today. You feel me? So it's like one of those, like.
I do like the idea of fresh start in a new location. Sometimes I do think that helps, but you got to make sure you're a fresh start too, right? Otherwise, you're just going to find the same type of peers. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm all set. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Ty, I just have a couple of quick things that I thought of. So the mother of your child who you had this argument with that led to some of these charges, her initials, don't say her name, are they CM?
Yes.
Okay, so I make sure, because I know there's other people, and I want to make sure we're talking about the right person. And then the other thing was that some of this involved you driving a car and everything. What's the status of your driver's license now?
I didn't have a driver's license and I came in since that day, so I can't get a driver's license.
You don't have, so you never had a driver's license?
No.
Okay. Alrighty, I think we're done with the questions. Did you have anything else? Okay, so we're going to deliberate and talk about your case, sir. You can listen, please don't interrupt, and then when we're done, we'll give you our answer. Okay. Councilmember Smith, Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do hear some change with Mr. Todd. There's some recognition that he's older now and he needs to change his behaviors. He appreciates that a change, a relocation could be in his best interest. So those are all positive things. I think the disciplinary report has improved.
Yes.
From certainly other prior incarcerations. I think what is concerning though is that this is his third firearm charge. He talks about being older, more mature. However, when we look at what he was on probation for and the age he was when he's in the community, he's in his early 30s. I mean, at that point, you know, his brain is fully developed. He should be a much more mature, responsible, thinking person. I do appreciate that he completed the domestic violence program. There seems to be some differences in terms of how the situation is interpreted between what we have in the police report and what Mr. Todd is reporting. He has had domestic violence in the past. You know, I still am a little concerned with many of his responses from that program. So, you know, I do think that he needs to give a little bit more thought to his behaviors and relationships and even his parenting. I think what we're faced with today is an individual who's here with his third weapons charge. He's on probation for a weapons charge. He was not on probation for very long at the time. He was unemployed, selling drugs, and he had $6,000 in cash on him when he was arrested. I do appreciate that he has a viable release plan, as we stated earlier, that his relocation. But for today's purposes, I do not find him suitable for discretionary parole.
I agree with everything you said. The only thing I would add is that, you know, also concerning is that he's rated at very high for recidivity, you know, in addition to all of the other things that you've said. So I'm in the same place you are. Councilmember Keys.
Me as well. One thing I also wanted to mention was the DR last year for fighting.
Yeah.
That's also concerned. There was another DR too for using another person's phone, but, they're secure as a part, but the fighting one,
Yeah, they do go back.
Yeah, I'm glad to see.
Right.
Yeah, he's been almost a year and a half now, so that's good. I mean, to,
yeah,
Tried to see things a little bit in, like he said, figure out how to live
yeah,
where he's at.
yeah, that's true.
Civil way.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
so
Not in the environment.
we're gonna have to set special parole conditions. So that's why I was asking those questions. At the end there. I wanted to make sure that we had the right victim. So I have CM without parole officer's permission because there is a child involved in this.
Mhm.
Is that okay?
Yes.
I also had no operation of motor vehicle with the parole officer's permission. I thought we could add a out-of-state plan here to Maryland. I don't know what the situation's gonna be at the time, but we won't have to come back for a case review. We continuously want to do that. And then I have domestic violence in the community. And I have 2 co-defendants. Did you have that?
I did too, Jamal Hamilton and George Steele.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I also had, when we do an out-of-state plan, it's helpful to put a halfway
Yeah,
house
That's
on there.
fine. Yeah, that's
So I also had no alcohol. To mention of alcohol being an issue at some point.
okay. And for the reasons you tell me what you're thinking, but I had nature and circumstances, criminal history, and current offense while on probation.
Yeah, I had nature and circumstance, current offense, while on supervision, and I had inadequate evidence of offender change, but that's,
It's up to you. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm open to however you want to
yeah,
do this.
We do hear some
yeah,
recognition
Yeah.
of things need to change.
And he understands he's got to go somewhere different.
Yeah.
I mean, those are all
Yeah.
positive things. He has realized that this is not a good place for him. He needs to be in a different environment around different people and a fresh, positive
Yeah.
start. So that is, I mean, some level of change, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so what did you have?
I had nature and circumstances surrounding the strangulation and then leading up to the gun charges after. It's all part of the same
Mm,
thing. And it's just concerning to me. And in his criminal history, of course, he's got other gun charges in the past and a couple robberies. Go
Yeah.
back farther, but,
Yeah, yeah.
and then this offense was committed on probation.
Right.
So those 3,
Great.
are those okay with everybody?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I think we have everything then. In regards to Taiwan Todd, inmate number 362585. I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on the nature and circumstances of the current offense, his criminal history. His current offense was committed while on probation. I'm gonna move to set his special parole conditions as follows. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if needed, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Out-of-state plans to Maryland. Community-based behavior management for domestic violence. No contact with the victim, initials CM, without the parole officer's permission. And no contact with co-defendants Jamal Hamilton and George Steele. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Todd, did you hear all that?
Yeah.
We were not able to find our way to find you suitable today for discretionary parole. There may be opportunities down the road for you to apply for or seek, a halfway house through DOC. That's another option you could talk to your counselor about, but like you heard, I hope you listened. We did hear some good things from you, talking about your future with your fiance and moving on state. And we really hope the best for you and you follow through on those things.
I think either way, you get out at least by April, so you get out soon. I know it's not soon enough.
It's a long, is that,
I thought it was April.
no, it's really.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay. There's an opportunity, though. There's a potential opportunity for a DOC halfway house. You talk to your counselor about that and see if there's any opportunity there, but that's it for today. Thank you very much, sir.
Today, or Taiwan Todd, inmate number 362585.
Yeah.
Before the next guy comes in to come for this special parole.
Sure. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, there's a lot. Right.
Behavioral management.
Yes.
No contact.
Anybody special?
Did Echevarria come in yet?
He did.
You
You
can
want
send
him?
him in next. Yes, please.
And you married him. down here?
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents, available pertinent information, in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Zaccanini, and for the record, I'm sitting in for this one case as board member Robert Sazowskis has recused himself due to a conflict of interest.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Aileen Keys.
Is he blurred?
Yes. Okay. And the audio seems to. Nice.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Elmer Echevarria, 265071.
This is a hearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Elmer Echevarria, inmate number 265071. He is serving a total effective sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 5 years, 6 months, with 3 years of probation to follow. Risk of injury to child and 3 counts of burglary third. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of October 6, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing date, the offender has completed the New Thoughts program and is currently participating in 24/7 DAS. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Echevarria, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes, first of all, thank you for meeting me such short notice. As you're aware, I am guilty of the crime that I've committed against my society, and I feel like I've done the groups that I had to do. I've learned a lot. I've been going to NA and AA also, and I'm going to continue doing that when I get out, so I could become a more productive member of society.
Okay, Mr. Echevarria, so you know how this works because you've been here before. We're going to ask you some questions, okay? When we're done, we'll deliberate, discuss
Okay.
your case, and give you our decision,
Yes, madam.
okay? You
Yes,
mentioned
madam.
NA and AA. How often are you going,
Yes.
sir?
3 times a
When do you
week.
go?
Excuse
3
me?
times a week you go to NA?
Yes. Monday, Thursday, Friday.
Okay. Thank you for that confirmation. Did you complete the Voices program, sir?
No, I've been on the list for since I first came incarcerated, madam. And when I was denied parole here, I wrote to them again, and I'm still on the list. It's like, I'm never gonna get on there. Yeah, I tried. I got the form, I got the denial form here.
Understood.
I mean, not the denial, but, okay.
Are you still working as a chairman, sir?
Yes, madam, I am, every day. At
And you've been
3:30
doing
and
that
at
for about 4
10:30.
months now?
Yes, madam.
What does that mean, 3:30 and 10:30?
Because I work a PM. There's AM, at 8 AM and at 10:30 PM, AM, and then the 3:30 PM and at 10:30 PM. To clean the bathroom 4 times a day. And,
Oh,
I
I
did the,
see. So you report there different times throughout the day.
yes, madam.
That's right.
I also
Okay.
did anger
Go ahead.
management. I also did anger management in Cheshire.
Okay, when was that? It's not in his,
Like a year ago.
Yeah.
a year
Like
ago?
Yes.
Do you have a certificate there for that?
No, I left it. I thought this was it, but it's not. This is the one for, it's for tier 2. Or the one that wasn't.
It's not in the
I didn't
RT
grab
right now.
the right one.
Okay. All right, sir. So I was not on your last panel and, it's very concerning. Obviously you had an addiction problem, right? Because you were found
Yes, madam.
pretty much unresponsive while walking with your son, who was 8 years old at the time. Are you in contact with your son today?
Yes, madam. Yes.
How often do you talk to him?
I just saw him last week. Visit. Twice a month visit.
And do you talk on the phone or message or anything like that?
Yes. Yes, every other day I call him on the phone, like I spoke to him the day before yesterday. And, he's doing good at school, but he's getting bullied, so he's getting bullied in school. Yeah,
How old is he
and I
now?
speak to him and I got 4, he's 9, he just turned 9 September 1st.
Okay. That must have been very scary for him. How's he doing now? Does he understand?
Yes, he's living life, he's still young, he don't recall those moments, he's just doing good in school. He just got, for third month in a row, student of the month. He's doing very well,
Nice.
doing very well, yeah. I'm happy for him.
All right.
And, yeah, he's doing great. Yes. And my
Okay,
13-year-old
so our
right now,
biggest
he's,
concern is oh, go ahead. This delay is killing me. You have a 13-year-old, is that what you said?
yeah, my 13-year-old, he got in trouble in school because, they caught him kissing a girl. He just turned 13 too,
Oh.
on October 19th, yeah. They caught him kissing a girl, he got in trouble, and then I got a daughter, she's about to be 6, December 28th. She's about to be 6 years old, my only daughter,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah,
All right, so our main concern with you is your sobriety, right? And
Yes,
I
madam.
understand you were
and I'm working hard
sober,
on that,
you were sober for many years. What happened?
yes, madam. My parents died, my father died, he was in cancer, and through his cancer, I'm the one who took care of, I'm the second of 4 oldest. And I was the only one, taking care of him, changing his colostomy bag, working at Home Depot, and then coming home, working on him. And my other siblings didn't do nothing. When my father died, I took it real bad. And I started doing Percocets, and then a couple of years after that, my mother died, I took it even worse. So I went down from there. And even though I understand now that even if you lose it, like I go to AA meetings and people lose family members, they go through operations and family members dying, and still they don't go back to using drugs after all these years of being clean, So I could, if they can do, why can't I? I'm as strong as them, and I'm just gonna continue my going to AA and NA because it's a place where I could go and speak to people about my addiction and they understand. Not like talking to my brother. I
Yeah.
talk to my brother, he thinks that's a mental thing. I was like, no, I need to speak to you, that's why I can't talk to you. I need to talk to somebody that understands where I'm
Right.
coming from. Yes,
Right, and not
Well-
everybody understands that addiction is a
not everybody
disease.
understands.
What, I'm sorry for your
It's a disease.
losses. What years did your parents pass?
I can't remember, I can't recall that, madam. I think, 2015, I think, 3 years after that, my mother died.
All right. So that's some time ago, yeah. When you were on probation in the community, were you in treatment?
Yeah, I think I was, yes, I think I was a methadone at the
Where were
time.
You were doing methadone treatment, and were you reporting to groups or counseling?
Yeah, right now, when I was in the streets now, no. I wasn't in nothing. I was actually doing nothing. Because I was
But
clean.
you were on
I was clean.
probation. You were clean until, well, obviously you relapsed at some point while you were on probation. Did you ask for help?
Yes, oh, yes, I went to inpatient Casa Hostos in Bridgeport. Actually, for 30
I'm
days.
sorry, can you? Where was that?
Casa Hostos, Casa de Hostos is a Spanish place, Casa Hostos.
Okay. That was 30 days. And then
Yeah,
did you do an outpatient after that?
Yeah, I continued going to groups. I kept going to groups, but I just stopped going. I was going to AA groups actually
Okay.
outside.
So what's your plan this time around? What is your relapse prevention
plan,
plan? You need a strong plan.
Yes, madam. I am going to continue for the rest of my life going to NA and AA because it's something that I really need, and the more groups, the better. And then I'm gonna continue working. I'm gonna get work. I'm gonna stay focused on my children. And like I said, I'm a jack of all trades. I know my like anything that has to do with home remodeling, I know how to do. So I don't need a
Okay,
profession. I
I'm
already
gonna
know.
stop
I
you.
already have one.
Stop.
Yes.
I want to we're focusing on your relapse prevention plan. Have you ever
On
had
my
a
relapse
sponsor or a
prevention,
recovery
okay.
coach?
No, but I'm planning on getting one. And if I could become one after that, I'm gonna do that too.
You should really get a sponsor because as you said, not everybody understands,
Yes,
but a sponsor would understand
right.
or a recovery coach would understand what you're going through and you can reach out to them when you feel like you're going to relapse.
that's what happened. Now that I didn't know I had this today because they told me November 25th. And yesterday I was watching the movie Flight. I don't know if you guys seen it. Right, with the Washington, when they flipped the plane upside down. And the lady, she was an addict and she was living with an addict. So she ended up leaving and my sponsor ended up helping her get a place someplace else. So I know I need a sponsor for sure. It was a sign.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And last
Yes.
thing I want to talk about is your programs. You mentioned your work ethic, but you were fired from your job in there in the kitchen, right? After
Yes.
a poor evaluation, right? And also the
Yes.
program, you did complete the New Thoughts program. I'm happy to see that, but you got a fair evaluation for attendance. Why did you miss those classes?
Because I mean it didn't how you say that when I knew that it was that I had to go. I mean I totally forgot that it was that day.
Well, how do you forget something so important?
I know I forgot it was that day. It was a Tuesday because I go to groups Monday, right? And the group was on a Tuesday at 1 o'clock. So I usually don't go to groups out on Tuesday. So I totally forgot. Passed my brain.
So that happened
Passed my
twice?
mind. No, just once.
You missed 2 classes. What was the other time?
Because the other one, it was because of a cold. It was a cold.
The what?
So it was locked up. There was a lockdown.
Oh,
It was a
cool.
cold that's happening.
right.
So nobody could go.
Okay.
Yeah. I
All
never
right.
missed no class.
So you have to stay organized when you get out into the community, when you have an appointment, put it on your calendar, put it
Yes,
in your
ma'am.
phone. You have to stay organized so you
Right.
don't miss these important events, okay?
Yes,
All right,
yes,
thank
I
you for
understand that. I
speaking to
need
me.
this. I need this. Thank you, madam.
Yep.
So,
Okay, Ms. Keys?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that my only,
No.
oh, no, we're not there, sir.
No.
Come back. Mr.
Mr. Echevarria, we're not done yet. I was gonna turn it over to my colleagues so they can talk to you. And you
Oh, I'm
need our
sorry.
decision. Where are you going? All right.
I apologize, my apologies.
Can't they reboot or something? Okay.
All right, Ms. Keys.
Sorry, we're discussing the technical issues with the system today. I think my colleague asked you great questions, and thank you for your answers. Is your driver's license active? Do you have a license?
Yes, it's active, it's here to the president, it's good till, 2028, January 2028. And my birth certificate
Okay.
is here too. Because I wrote
Okay. I know
down,
you-
because I wanted that, yeah. And I know my
Yeah.
number by heart, my ID number, my driver's license number, I
Wow,
know
really
it by
good.
heart.
Okay. All right, I just wondering in terms of work, I know some of your prior work involved driving, and so I just wanted to know if that's something that's an asset or not. All right, I think that's all I
Yes.
have. Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. McCollum?
Thank you. So, Mr. Echeverria, I was on your last panel. And, you know,
Yes, ma'am.
you've done some of the things that we asked you to do. So I know I saw that you were unable to get into voices, you did new thoughts. And I'm glad to see that and hear all about your participation in AA and NA. But we really wanted you to give a lot more thought to your relapse prevention plan. How come you don't have a sponsor all set up to go in the community?
I wouldn't know how to do that.
Well,
I would-
you
I don't-
need to talk
I
to
don't
somebody in
know.
the meetings, comes in and say to them, I need a sponsor for when I get out. Have them help
But
you.
they tell me, I did that, I do that in AA, they said that I have to get out to the community, go to the HNI groups. So in order for me to get a sponsor, to find a sponsor that I would be comfortable with, in order, you know, what I mean, I need to shop around. It's just that not gonna be, just go out and grab the first sponsor that you see, it's not, it doesn't work that way, they said. Because you have to be able to
And they
relate
are
to the
right.
person that you. Yeah,
Yes,
That's what they
yes,
told
you
me.
need somebody you can relate to, somebody that, you know, you're comfortable with. However, the minute you step
Yes.
out the door, all those
Yes.
things that were troubling you before could start to trouble you again. Have you thought about your
It
mental
won't
health
happen.
treatment when you get back in the community? Hold on. Have you thought about your mental health treatment when you get back in the community?
yes. I'm gonna continue,
Okay.
I'm gonna find a provider to continue my medication. And then I'm gonna continue going to AA and AA. That's my main focus, going to AA and AA, because they're the ones who's gonna help me, succeed in life. I need them.
Okay, because in my view, your mental health
Yes.
treatment is just as important as going to meetings. The two of them go together
understand.
for you.
Right,
Okay,
right.
and I heard you
Yes.
talk about CASA. So if you go back to Bridgeport, you know, CASA is a very good program for you to go to.
Okay, I'm willing
They
to
do
go
it
there.
all, they do everything there, right? You know
They
it.
do. Yeah,
Okay, all right. And do they have seat card at where you are now?
actually, madam, I'm on the list, but they never called me either. I filled out the 13 answers that they had, or 12 answers that they had me to fill out, and I've been waiting for to get into another discussion group. They said that, well, we're waiting on it, same thing, madam. I tried
Okay.
all of them. I promise you,
Okay,
I've
well-
been diligently finding. Yes,
Okay,
I've been
very
diligently
good.
finding
It's
ways to.
important. Hold on, it's important for us to hear that you're trying. We know you have no
Yes, ma'am.
control over the list, but that you're trying. And that those are all
Yes.
things you're gonna do when you get back out in the community. Probation can help you with all of that.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sir, give us a few minutes to discuss your case. You can stay and listen, okay? And we'll give you our decision. Nope, stay here.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Echeverria, this is a rehear. While it hasn't been the best presentation, he's not super motivated. I do see some change, and he did try. He's been working and did an additional program. He really does need the help as far as relapse prevention goes, and Sounds like he likes the meetings at least, so hopefully he can go out there and get a sponsor. I don't see any benefit in keeping him, so my vote would be to grant parole today. Ms. Keys?
I agree.
I agree, okay. I have a halfway house and mental health treatment with medication compliance. Anything else?
Nothing else.
I had no alcohol. I didn't see alcohol as a problem for him, but
I know
maybe I
he
missed
denied
it,
it, so
so
I don't know. Maybe it's an older thing, but maybe that's not.
I did not have alcohol.
Okay, we can leave that off.
Are we good?
We're good?
All right, yes. Very good. In the matter of Elmer Echevarria, inmate number 265071, I'll move to grant parole. It's effective today, on or after today, November 10th, 2025, with the following additional conditions. You'll parole to a halfway house and you'll participate in mental health treatment with medication compliance. And there's also a list of standard parole conditions you'll sign off on. Is there a second to the motion?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you have any questions, sir?
No matter, appreciate it. Thank you. And have a great day.
Keep working, okay, sir?
Thank you.
Stay
Thank you
motivated
so
and
much.
positive. All right.
Yes, I
Good luck to
am.
you. Best of luck.
This
Okay,
concludes the
bye.
hearing for Elmer Echevarria, inmate number 265071.
You're all set. You're all
Ready?
set. You can,
Okay.
yes.
Whoever you want, you can send in.
Okay.
All right,
Just send them in any order you want.
I was watching it in the.
Yeah.
thank you.
No worries, thank you.
Thanks. Bruce. You say so.
All right, so can I have your name, please?
On mute.
What is it? One more time?
Juan Muse, number 7.
On mute.
All right, give us 1 second.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, November 10, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Hi, good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, panel member Keys.
Please state your
Yeah.
name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Juan Muse, 299431.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Juan Muse, inmate number 299431. He is serving a total effective sentence of 4 years, followed by 4 years of special parole for 3 counts of violation of protective order, failure to appear first, and burglary second. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of April 8th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the domestic violence program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within a very high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Muse, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I am 45 years old. I got 2 kids, a 24-year-old that graduated from Boston College just last year, and then I have a 11-year-old daughter that really needs me out there. I spent mostly all my time in jail. I'm not happy to say that. I made mistakes, you know, but I'm tired. I'm tired. I just want to go out there and begin my life. I know I got obstacles just to set and goals for myself, just to accomplish. But I really believe that still at my age, I really believe that I could really be a productive member to society when I get out. I'm not a bad person. I just made mistakes off of the drugs that I was on. And then I just really hope that I get a chance to get out a couple months earlier than that, man. I am supposed to EOS because I really want to be there for my kids. And I'm just tired, man. I'm just tired of this. I'm tired of being incarcerated all my life and everything, you know. I'm just ready for a whole change, man. I'm a different person as I came in, and I really believe that, you know. So I will do anything, programs out there just to stay focused and everything, and just to keep on the right track, because that I do got 4 years left of special parole, and then man, I'll be crazy if I'm coming back and here, man. I'm a be right out there. I can't, man. I'm not going to be in my 50s in jail. I can't do that. My mom and daughter need me, and then that mom and son need me. So, you know.
Okay, Mr. Muse. Thank you very much for your opening statement. Appreciate your comments. We have some questions for you, and
Yes.
we're gonna take turns. Have you done the parole hearing before? You done this before?
I think a long time ago.
Okay, so we're each gonna take turns asking questions, and then when we're done, we're gonna deliberate, talk about your case, and then we'll give you our answer today. Okay?
Okay.
Um,
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna start with the questions. Okay. So just keep in mind, so regardless of what happens today, I mean, your sentence is ending. You're getting out. You know what I mean? Soon, right?
And yes, man. I'm getting out in July, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So you have to. I hear some positive things from you, wanting to do positive things when you get out, and that's all good. You know. For today, we have to look at all of the facts of the case, and then we're going to determine your suitability for discretionary parole to see if you can go out. It's just a couple of months before your end of sentence. So I was reading through some of the cases, and a protective order violation, the one in 2019, that's one of the violations we're here for. I did hear you in your opening statement acknowledge that you've made some mistakes in the past. So I'm going to assume that you're referring to this, but it says that you were physically attacking the victim and that you had choked her and prevented her from using the phone. Do you remember that happening?
Yes, I remember that happening.
Okay. Did you point a gun at her?
No, I didn't. I didn't have no gun. She just said that. I really didn't have no gun. I never carry no firearm, man. I don't even know how to use a gun. Seriously, I never had no gun.
But as far as the strangulation and choking of her, you recall that did happen in hitting her. You had a physical altercation.
Yes, I did, just to try to get out the house. She was trying to block me just from leaving. I was trying to get out the house just before it escalated, but she wanted me to stay, knowing that me and her didn't supposed to be together. I'm trying to get out the house. Then that she wanted me to stay. Then that me and her both was drinking and everything. And then that I had to do something just to get out the house. I didn't just do it and stay in the house and beat on her and everything. I was trying to leave.
Okay, well, I appreciate your explanation for that.
Thank you.
Now, you mentioned that you weren't supposed to be together, so let's talk about that. There's been protective order violations. Why have you had so much trouble with those, like the rules of the protective order? You have a couple different violations here, same kind of thing.
Because back in, me and her is on good terms now, but that we really wanted to be with each other, but our relationship was toxic, and then that we was just trying to do it for our daughter because that we share a daughter together. So you know what I'm saying? But that we were just trying, and then that, it doesn't work. And all the end of the fall is me back in jail, so, you know, I can't, we had them decided that we just need to go our separate ways and just co-parent from here on out.
Okay, so you have no plans in the future of reestablishing a relationship with her, just to co-parent in a positive way, that's it?
Co-parent, that's it. No more to be relationships with her because I don't feel like doing, listen, it doesn't change. It's the same old outcome. It's the same old outcome all the time. So I can't, man. I really don't want to come back to jail, and I'm not, so.
Now, her initials, don't say her name, but her initials, are they DJ?
DJ, yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're talking with the right person.
Yep.
All right, so let's move on to something else. You received 2 disciplinary reports. It looks like you got 2 in October. One for intox and one for interference.
In the last month of my bid, I ain't get no tickets except this last 2, yes.
What happened?
Yes, I did. I got some bad news on the phone just from my mother and stuff like that. And then I seen guys drinking, so I took a sip of drink and was acting crazy in here. It was all my fault. It was a stupid, dumb decision. I don't usually get tickets. I ain't had tickets and I was 15 years. Then I waited to the last couple of months to mess up. I'm sorry about that.
It sounds like from what you said about the protective orders, and then again with these tickets, that alcohol has played a role in a lot of what was going on with you.
It played a lot of role. It played a lot of role when I was going through something in my head and stuff like that. But you know, I'm talking about. But I do go to NA and AA here, volunteer.
Okay, good.
It wasn't mandatory, but I do go to volunteer here and stuff like that. So that I am trying to help myself and everything in that situation.
Okay, well that's good. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that. You have a DOC drug and alcohol score of a 4, and 5 is the highest. So it's pretty high. You were in the Tier 2 program, but it looks like you were removed after you got these tickets. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you learn? How long were you in Tier 2 for?
We had just started the program. I was in there for about 2 weeks, and I was supposed to end on December 16th.
Okay. Do you think that would have been helpful for you to keep doing that? Was it helping you?
It was helping me. Everything is helping me in here. Every program that I do and did and everything, going to NAAA, everything helps me in here. I need that.
Okay, good. So how do you plan to avoid problems with alcohol, marijuana, drugs, despite not completing the program when you're in the community?
Find me a sponsor and continue going to AA and NA out there. You know, I've been talking to one of my sisters. She's a doctor at Yale New Haven Hospital. Then she has like counselors that do sponsorships and stuff just for NA. I mean, AA out in the community, so that I am trying to get plugged up out there with them when I come home, because trust me, I am going to make it this time. I am going to make it.
Okay. You kind of identify one of your triggers, you know, maybe inadvertently while talking to me, is that you said that you had gotten some bad news from a relative on the phone. Maybe you heard that someone was sick or someone that passed away. I don't know what the bad news was, but
yes.
Yeah. So that's typically what happens. You know, I've heard other people say this, but you're going to get bad news like that when you're out in the community, and you can't just immediately, turn to alcohol and have bad behavior. So have you thought about how you're going to deal with those kind of stressful situations? without
Church,
having like,
church,
a ticket?
church sponsor, talk to my family about stuff. I gotta start talking and being open about my situations and stuff like that. I'm a person that can usually keep everything in and just let everything build up. And then once it builds up, it blows up and everything completely. So, I'm just learning how just to open up at 45. I'm learning how to open up.
Okay. So how do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison during this time, this incarceration?
My mindset is different. I mean, I want to be there for my kids. I got a daughter and she needs her father, a mother just could do so much, but she needs her father. And then I really want to go out there and make something of myself, because right now I don't have a pot to blank in. And then that man, right at 45, I am at least supposed to have something. So, I got to start off from scratch. I'm going to have my family support out there, mom and sister and everything, and they're going to help me get on my feet. And then I told them, this really might be my last chance to do anything in life. And then I'm going to take advantage of it.
Okay, those are all the questions I have, sir. I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Panel member Keys.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to go back, during your interview with Officer Dunkley, you said that you did not think that marijuana use was really a problem for you. You said your bills were getting paid. You
Yes.
used what was left to buy weed. But your family, your daughter, your child, and the mother were living in a hotel. And then when you were talking to the officer, and you were saying it wasn't a problem, that same day is when you got the DR for synthetic marijuana and were kicked out of tier 2. Do you still think marijuana is not causing negative things in your life?
See, I think it plays a part in there too. So, I talk to my sister and stuff like that. I think I'm gonna slow down and stuff like that and just try to get myself right without the drugs and alcohol in my life, because I think that's even if I do a small amount, it might turn into something bigger and stuff like that. So that, yes, I think that plays a lot. And so that's why I'm gonna start taking my recovery real serious and stuff like that, because just like I said, Miss, I'm tired of this. Excuse me, I'm tired of this, Miss. I'm 45 years old. I'm not a bad man. I'm really not. It just stuff that I go through and stuff like that. But the drugs did play a main part in there. And then I'm gonna work hard to stay on my sobriety and stuff like that.
Yeah, it seems like your all your energy and thought and time can be spent planning and remaining motivated. And even if it's smoking, thinking it's casually or since you're relaxed, that could still prevent you maybe from being as motivated and just determined and keeping your mindset on that. And then it could make you weaker to then do
Yes.
something else while you're feeling,
Yes,
oh,
ma'am.
it's fine. I could then do this. I'll be good. And so, yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
it just sounds
Yes,
like maybe
ma'am.
that would be,
Right.
you
You
know.
are definitely right about that. Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, if your kids are living in a hotel room and they're seeing, conflict
No,
between you
I'm talking
guys.
about- Know that I'm talking about, yes, that we was staying in a hotel, but we was in a hotel just because our apartment was getting renovated and stuff like that. We stayed in there for like 2 months, and then we had moved back, and that's when the situation happened. But that still, yes, I was wrong. I was high. I was drunk. Me and the baby mother was arguing, and that had escalated and everything. So yes, you are still right, though.
Thank you. And you don't want your daughter certainly to see, you're showing
Exactly.
her how she should expect a man to treat her by how you treat her mother, even if you guys aren't together.
That is one of the reasons why I said that I'm done, because I don't want my daughter knowing her and daddy as a fuck up. Oh, excuse me, as a mess up all the time. I want her to see, okay, that's my dad. Okay, him and mommy is okay. Okay, I can go to my daddy house this week. I go to my mommy house this week. I don't want to see my daughter. I don't want my daughter just to look at me as a bad person. Shh, she been doing already. Shh, my daughter is just starting to smell herself so that she is 11 years old. She's smart. She's asking questions. She want her daddy around. Me and her talk every day. Me and her is on phone. Daddy, when you come home, you gonna take me here? You gonna take me? Yes, I will, Janae. I'm a be there for that. And then that's one of the things that I got in my head. Like, yo, I'm done.
Yeah.
My daughter needs me, and I'm serious. I'm done.
And if you promise that to her, you gotta stick with it. So then I also wanted to point one more thing. I think during your interview, also when you were talking about for your release and your release plan, you had mentioned that you thought a halfway house would set you up for failure and that you'd rather end of sentence. Do you still feel that way? Can you explain it so we can see how, if we're going to approve what would be the best situation for you? Because we want you to succeed. So what would be best for you?
The best to see the halfway houses, it's drugs and everything. I'm not trying to go there. I'm not trying to go to halfway. I'd rather go to a reach. I mean, if that y'all let me go to, reach house and everything. Why, man? I am getting me a job and everything. You know how halfway houses and everything. I don't want no problems or nothing like that. I don't want no temptations or nothing like that. I do better by myself. I learn how to do stuff by myself. It's me around people. I see people do this, see people do that. That's a trigger for me too. So you know what I'm saying? Halfway houses, I said, is not good for me. I asked, can I be placed in a reach house, a reach apartment and stuff like that, just so I could save up, work up, and get my own stuff. I got 4 years left for special parole. I know that I'm gonna be taking drug tests and everything. I really don't do no hard drugs and nothing like that. Weed and drinking, that ain't nothing. I could kick that because my daughter is more important than these drugs and everything.
Okay. And did you have a place? You don't have a sponsor now because I don't know if we can determine, which place will be on a halfway house. So we're not able to do that. You did not give a name for a sponsor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right. So it might have to be a halfway house to, in terms of what we're capable of for now, but you can certainly work on getting a sponsor or something else and work with your officer.
Yes.
Whenever you get out, work with your officer, talk to them, don't hide things from them. They can hopefully help you with resources. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for speaking with me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Smith Palmieri.
I have no problem.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions that we have, sir. So we're going to deliberate. You're going to hear us talking about your case. You can listen. Please don't interrupt. And then when we're done, we'll come back and we'll give you our answer. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So Mr. Muse is here for these violations of protective order if they appear. Some concerning facts of the cases, and as I talked to him about one of the cases, there was an indication that, complaint by the victim that he pointed a handgun at them, but he said that did not happen. I heard some good things about him about wanting to, be positive in the future. He talked about how he wants to be a better person and a better man, and he wants to do better for his daughter, be a better role model. He certainly expressed several times how tired he is of this lifestyle of being in and out of jail. I look at his record. I mean, it goes all the way back. Looks like 2002, and then just basically every year since then, there's something else. He rates out very high for risk to recidivate. And like I said in my questioning, he is a 4 for drug and alcohol score. He has addiction services on his OAP, but he started tier 2 and then he got a couple of tickets and unfortunately was removed from the program. So it's hard for me when I know that up until at least October of this year, it was only a month ago, he was struggling with receiving bad news and then turning to alcohol, he says. So as far as for me to determine, suitability for today, he's going to be released regardless next year. But I would have to have seen the addiction services program completed and a little bit more time in the facility without disciplinary reports. So I do not have him approved for discretionary parole today I had his criminal history, poor institutional adjustment, and then his inadequate program participation. Those three were what I had. Member Keys?
I agree with everything.
I agree as well.
Okay, let's talk about the special parole status, because he has 4 years of special parole, so we'll have to decide on those today. I know he doesn't want to go to a halfway house, but I think that we need to put this on here. And in the meantime, he can work on a sober house or other arrangements.
Yeah.
I also have no alcohol consumption,
Mhm.
domestic violence in the community.
Yeah.
And then no contact with the victim, DJ. Now, he has a child with that person. right?
Yeah.
So that'll be without the parole officer's permission.
Yeah.
Is there anything else?
And he has protective order with the victim as well.
He does. Same
This
person.
expires, I think,
In 2027, so it's not gonna be much longer than after it gets out.
Okay. I had nothing else.
Nothing else that we need to add?
Did have mental health eval treatment. I'm trying to see if that came from DOC recommendation or not.
I looked at it because it's a 2, and I think he has other higher
Okay, yeah.
priority of needs.
Okay.
How do you feel?
I didn't have it.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah,
And I
Oh.
didn't think I saw an evaluation.
It was in the PTSD evaluation, that's what I was, they suggested it along with, they usually suggest a lot of things though. So
They
they
do,
have
yeah.
suggested, they recommended DV and mental health eval and treatment if necessary.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, you can seek that treatment or parole or from parole
Yeah.
officer can,
it doesn't have to be a mandated
no,
stipulation, so I'm fine with that.
okay. I think if he was a 3, I would have given that more thought, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's
Okay.
because of,
yeah. Okay, so in regards to Juan Muse, inmate number 299431, I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his criminal history, his poor institutional adjustment, and his inadequate program participation. I'm gonna further move to set the special parole conditions as no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, community-based behavior management for domestic violence, and no contact with the victim, DJ, without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Muse, we were not able to find you suitable today for discretionary parole. Try to stay positive. I hear a lot of good things coming from you. We all heard. You're getting out regardless, you know? So you need to be the person and the man that you want to be, that you described for your daughter, you know?
So that y'all saying that I got an EOS thing, right?
No, I mean, I don't know if DOC has some option for a halfway house fee. I don't know. That's up to them. But for us today, all we're determining is if you're suitable for discretionary parole. And at this time, because of the new tickets, and then you didn't get the chance to finish tier 2, we couldn't get there, you know?
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you.
This inmate number 99. We're all set, Mr. Muse.
All right, thank you.
It's out.
Good morning. Can I have your name, please?
Andre Edwards.
All right, give us 1 second. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunphy. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel member Keys, morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Andre Edwards, 203-252.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Andre Edwards, inmate number 203-252. He is serving a total effective sentence of 10 years, followed by 6 years of special parole for 3 counts of robbery second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 13th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Voices program and 2 terms of Second Chance Health program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Edwards, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning, members of the board. I want to thank you for this opportunity. First, I would like to offer an apology to those affected by my crimes. I truly am sorry from the bottom of my heart. I just want everyone to know I take full responsibility for my actions. Since I've been incarcerated, I've been heavily involved in church. I attend whenever it is called. Due to my addiction, I've attended NA programs when I'm allowed. I read the Bible every day because I know it is good for my soul. I'm also aware that religion is tied to recovery, so while doing my time, I chose to focus on getting healthy physically as well as mentally and spiritually. I've attended college courses, the college courses they offer in hopes of attaining a degree. I've accumulated many credits. I will continue my education in here and finish getting my degree when I get home. And as far as employment, I plan on working as long as my body allows me. I have goals that I must complete that will make me feel better as a man, as a son, as a brother, an uncle, and as a member of the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement, Mr. Edwards. What's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking you questions. When we're done, we're going to deliberate, and then we'll give you our answer today.
Okay.
Okay, my colleague, panel member Keith, she's going to start with the questions this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your opening statement. I appreciate that. So you were convicted of robbing banks with a threat of a note, but no weapon was shown or pointed at anybody. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But certainly, of course, I appreciate you mentioning the victims, and certainly, even though no weapon was pointed or presented, they certainly would be feared. You did tell Officer Dunkley during your interview. I know the victims were scared, and that's where I want to apologize. If they knew the demon that was inside of me, maybe they would understand, but I listened to the wrong thing and not reason. Can you tell the panel about the demon and what you were talking about that you think contributed to your crimes?
Yes, me being addicted to drugs, that's the demon I'm talking about. And at times I listened to it and chose to do the wrong thing. And that's basically what the demon is. That's what I listen to.
Okay.
So that's why I've attended NA programs while I've been in here. I really need to I need to get it together.
How often do you go to the programs?
Say that again.
How often are you able to go to the programs, the groups?
The NA, in here, recently,
Yeah.
they just started, you have to be on the list in here. But prior to that, I was on every time they called it.
Oh, okay. And are you on the list now, or?
Nah, it takes a while to get on the list now for NA. It's a long list. You got to go up to 6 buildings or something like that to the drug program to really be on that list.
That's fortunate. I believe, so let's see, you did not complete. Go back. For your programs, you completed Voices and Second Chance. Previously, you completed Tier 2 in 2016, though. So, and you didn't have an addiction program on your offender accountability plan. Did you try and get in one anyway, or during this incarceration?
Well, no, I didn't. I really wasn't even thinking about it. I was thinking about just doing it on my own, being that there wasn't one on my OAP. That's why I chose to go to NA.
Okay. I don't mean for the pauses. I just want to make sure that I accurately reflect what's said. So I appreciate your patience. You did though complete voices. Do you want to tell us what impact you think, if you feel that it's going to have an impact on your behavior moving forward?
I know when I had my interview with Dunkley, at first I really didn't like, I was kind of like, nervous about what she was asking me, but that program, it really like makes you think about what you do to the people in the community as far as yourself, the people, the police officers. It affects everybody just as a whole.
Yeah.
But the program, it was a good program, man. The lady told me a lot in here, man. I really never even thought about having to go through all that stuff or putting people through all that stuff while I was doing what I was doing, being impulsive. I didn't think about nothing until after I was done what I was doing.
So now you thought about how your actions impacted people differently. You really sat and thought about it more than you did before.
Yeah, because before I wasn't thinking like that. I wasn't.
Yeah.
I had time to sit down and talk to a few people as far as inmates, COs, staff members that work here that's not COs, and really like try to piece it together, like what I really need to do with my life.
Mm-hmm. What do you think you need to do with your life?
I really need to get it together. That's what I need to do with my life. I mean, I'm too old for this. I'm 48 years old, man. I spent the majority of my life in jail. I got a family out there that loves me. I mean, even the people like around my family, my friends, they love me. I mean, everybody's vouching for me. They really want me to do well. And prior to this right here, this bit right here, I never really thought about, getting my life together. It was just always wanting to get home and going out there doing what the hell I was doing and just negative stuff.
Yeah. What does getting your life together look like for you? What do you hope to achieve, and how would you get there?
As far as getting my life together?
Yeah. When you picture yourself in the community doing well, what does that look like?
Yeah, I would love to own property. Well, I'm gonna own property. That's one of my goals. I'm gonna work as long as my body my father's 65, about to be 66 years old. He's still working. That's my role model. I want to do what he does. I met people in here, good people that I've attended church with that home right now and doing what they need to do. I mean, and they done been down prior to, going home 20 years, 13 years, 5 years. I mean, them are the people I look up to, and that's what I want to do. I want to live a life. I want to travel. I want to take trips places and, go do things with people, go to concerts, have fun. You can't do that in places like this, especially if you keep coming back and forth to places like this.
Yeah. And when you were working, you were your full-time work before was in the police for 5 months. Part of that you did stew liners for some. What other work do you think you can do in the community? You were saying as long as your body will allow you there. And then you're working now as a barber, right?
Yes, I am. As far as like in the work, I'm going to take a trade, because I'm approved for the halfway house. So when I get into the halfway house, I plan on, going for a trade. I really want to be a plumber.
Good. You make great money doing that, and if you do it for yourself, after a while, you can create your own schedule. So that would be a very good job for you, yeah. And then when your body starts failing you, you can hire somebody younger and then just send them out.
Yes.
Have you looked into any schools or anything, any trade schools?
In here, well, there was one in here. I wanted to do the HVAC, but they canceled that program. All they offer now is some like pavement, and I forgot what the other one was, but it's not what I wanted to do. That's why I attended college. I also wanted my degree because in human services, you were allowed to, teach people like in programs, like stuff that I've been through, that are going through what I've been through. I wanted to help those people.
Good. That's good. Let's see. I'm just reviewing some of the questions I had written when we were reviewing your files. Have you engaged with CCAR at all? Have you heard of CCAR?
No, I did. I haven't heard it called in here in a while though.
Yeah. Okay. That would be it's in the facilities, not all of them, but it's in a lot of the facilities, but it's also in the community, and that might be a program to try to connect with when you get out, because it sounds like they do a lot of stuff to support sobriety, and supporting people coming home. But it also sounds like they do fun things as well. So you can have a new peer group of people that are also trying to remain sober and rebuild their lives. And so that might be just a good community to join. During prior periods of incarceration, you had received in total 25 DRs. This time you only received one, and it was last year for having a double stuffed mattress. So without, in my opinion, a minor DR. What's allowed you to remain basically trouble-free this time?
It's not for me. I don't want to get in trouble no more. I try to keep my nose clean, do what I gotta do, basically so I can get home and do what I gotta do. I know you heard it, but I'm too old for this. It's played out now.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to see that it sounds like you've been able to practice that in a difficult environment. So that's a positive thing for us to see, at least when we're trying to determine where we think you're at a place that's good for you. You also in your interview said you were kind of a spur of the moment type of person, but now you're trying to think things through. Can you elaborate? Is that the similar type of answer?
Yeah, the spur of the moment type of thing was what led me here. It's kind of like, being impulsive, not thinking before I do something. So if I wanted to do something before, I just didn't think about the consequences until after I did. It's like, man, I really got to sit down and think about stuff, man, because all actions have a consequence, man. And the consequences that my actions that led me to a place like this, they're not fun no more. It's getting old. I really don't understand how I allow myself to do it, but this is played out now. So that's why I really got to think things through.
The last time you were released, so you had done a long bit before, about 10 years for a series of bank robberies, if I'm correct. And then it was about 4 months after that parole period ended that you then committed these 3 bank robberies. Is that right?
Yes.
What happened there?
That was that spur of the moment thing that I was talking about that you brought up. That's exactly what that was. I wasn't ready at that time.
Yeah.
I really wasn't. My mind wasn't really focused. I thought I was, but I wasn't. I did nothing during my last bid. All I did was gamble during my last bid. I didn't listen to nobody. I ain't gonna say I was still young, but I wasn't ready.
Yeah.
Because even on my last bid, I had caught I think 3 dirty urine tickets and all that stuff. I wasn't ready.
Okay. Were you working at the time of the robberies?
Yeah, I was. Then I had to quit I ain't gonna say I was. I had to quit my job.
Why?
I allowed negative thoughts to enter my head, and I really played on them and thought that I can get away with it, which I knew was a long shot, but I still entertained it anyway. That's me not thinking.
So you were working and then quit your job because you were thinking if you did the robberies, you'd get more money and didn't need the job?
It's not that I didn't need a job. Everybody needs a job because, robberies are not the way to go. You think that robberies are the way, they're not. It's easy money, it's fast money, but it's not always for sure money because you can see the consequences. I'm dealing with my consequences now, my actions from the robberies. But at the time, yes, I was working. I quit my job and I started doing the robberies.
Yeah, you probably get a decent amount of money quickly, but if you think about if you were just remained working and in the community, you would have gathered a lot more wealth by now, and then family and happiness and experiences then, right?
Exactly.
So even if you think about the money, if you're out there and you get tempted, just think about, just staying on track. It's a long game. It's not a quick game. That's how you get in trouble. Okay. Have you looked into the community? So have you looked at plans for remaining sober in the community? Have you looked at specific meeting dates or locations or any community providers you want to connect with? Have you tried to make those plans for when you get out?
Yes, well, my father, he's a ex-addict. He's been clean going on 30 years. My mother, she's an ex-addict. She's been clean for about like 27, 28 years. A lot of people in my family used to do drugs. Well, not a lot, but at least a good 4 or 5 people. They've all been clean for a while now. They're my shoulders to lean on. I mean, and as far as programs, that wouldn't be hard to get into, man. It's always an NA or AA program somewhere located around where I live.
All right. And then you talked also about the addiction, kind of like the lifestyle too, wanting to portray success. And that was kind of part of it also, maybe. Do you think you have a little more patience for that, like we were saying, if it's a long game? Or do you think you still feel that temptation to portray success, and holidays are coming up, and, you know, it's gonna be a tough time for everybody wanting to. Have you thought about that, and if you'll struggle with that still?
It's not, nah, I don't struggle with it at all. I'm not trying to go out there and live life fast no more. I've got a lot of patience for stuff now, so I don't have a problem with waiting on anything to direct deposit going into my account. I would love to have that, or, you know, like I said, I want to be own property, so I would love to have people, you know, sending me money through, you know, cash apps and stuff like that. I don't have a problem with waiting on anything now. The fast life, I done slowed down. I can't do it no more. I can't. This is played out.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you answering my questions. That's all set. Thank you.
Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So, Mr. Edwards, I've been listening to answer my colleagues' questions, and it does sound like you have some insight into what you need to do to be successful in the community going forward. So I was looking at your history, and you were in the community for almost 6 months, give or take a little bit, from the time you were released out onto parole until the time you were arrested. So what were you doing in that interim?
Well, for a few months I was working, then I let my stinking thinking get the best of me, and I quit my job, and I started doing things that I shouldn't have been doing.
Okay, I heard you tell my colleague that you had quit your job. Can you identify I would say those are relapses. Can you identify that stinking thinking that you just referred to? Can you think about what brought that about when you were working and seemingly doing well?
Yeah, well, the stinking thinking was me wanting to get high. I wanted to get high. I didn't want to, you know, I wanted money. And I can't say I didn't want to do it. That's a lot of reason people get high and stuff like that to escape reality. My reality was good at that time. So it's just me, you know, being like in another place in my head where I shouldn't have been in the beginning, because I just did all that time and just came home from doing all that time. I shouldn't even been there. But during my last bid, as you can see, I know it's on that paper, you know, I caught 2 dirty urine tickets. So it's not like I wasn't really like on some old, I'm coming home, I'm clean, I've been sober since the time I've been down. No, it wasn't like that. I just wanted to get high, and it led me to doing the stuff that I was doing.
Okay. So with that said, when you know, after having been incarcerated for a number of years prior to this, that there's an assessment that's done and certain programs are put forward for you to complete to help you, you know, evaluate how you think about things. And when you didn't have a drug program on your OAP, what did you think about that? Did you think maybe I should ask, or how did you think you were going to handle your substance abuse? What was going through your head then?
You mean this time now?
Yeah.
Well, this time now, I mean, I know I'm an addict.
Mm.
I didn't agree with that before, but I know I'm an addict now, and I know I'm always be an addict. It's gonna always be in me. Now, whether I choose to react on that or, you know, or not, it's in me, but it's not something I want to do anymore. So what I did was I tried to link up with people that was, you know, down doing, you know, stuff that I did, and asked them why they did it. And mainly they came to the same reason they did what they did for the same reason I did, was they wanted to get high, or some people was doing it just to maintain a lifestyle and stuff like that. But, you know, they took up NA, they went to AA, they went to church. So
right.
I feel like in order to get my life together, I needed to, acquire some of them attributes that they had and pick up them habits instead of the wrong ones.
Of course, yeah, and I agree that AA, NA, and developing a faith, going to church, is all part of helping you keep that sobriety going forward. Did you talk to anybody that had done addiction services there at the facility?
Counselor Kanje, he pointed me in the direction of another counselor. But I don't mean, to like bad rap this jail right here. But if you write somebody a request, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get it back. If you do write a request, the request you're going to get is they're going to point you somewhere else. Like if I was allowed to go to my bunk right now and get a request that I got from last year from Counselor Deputy Warden, wherever she is, Miss Eagleson, I can show you a request. They put me on the list. I was never able to attend. That's the NA program. That's why you got to be on the list now.
Okay. Okay. We do know that there is a list, so.
Yeah.
And that sometimes things take some time. So these 3 bank robberies, you got quite a bit of money from 2 of them. What did you do with the money?
I bought clothes, got high, gave away money to people, my family and stuff like that. They didn't know where it came from. I never told them until I got arrested, but that's basically what I did.
Right. When the parole officer asked you what would be high risk situation for you in the community or what you thought would be difficult, and you said driving without a license, is there anything else that you think could cause you some difficulties, even with your thinking?
No, that's mainly it. I mean, I don't allow people to get in my circle anymore that don't have nothing positive to talk about. If you're not around to help me, I don't want to even talk to you. None of that. It's because I realize that those are the people that bring you back to where you don't want to be. I'm not trying to go back to where I want to go. Once I finish my time here, I don't want to come back here again. I want to be home with my nephews, my nieces, my mother, my father, my sisters. I want to be able to enjoy life. I missed out on so much. So when I told P.O. Dunkley about the driver's license, I had never had a driver's license. I need my driver's license. It's the only way we can attain employment nowadays. And if you get pulled over while you're on parole, you come back to jail. So that's the only thing I fear right now.
Okay. All right. So driver's license is certainly a reasonable goal.
That's my number 1 goal. Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Edwards, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir, I just have one question to follow up on. So during your interview with the parole officer leading up to this, there's a note in here. It says, Mr. Edwards found that listening to music aids in dealing with his day-to-day stressors. So you listen to music, that seems to help you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then it says, although he stopped and then shared, I don't really stress like that as much anymore, right? So as you've gotten older, things have gotten better for you? Is that what's going on?
No, it's not that they've gotten better. I realize, like, I can't sit here and stress over things that I have no control of.
Okay, yeah.
So if somebody's over there arguing, I mean, that's not my business. I have no control of that situation. I can't get involved in it. Or maybe like with the parole board, which, you know what I'm saying, if I have to get granted or not granted, I have no control. So I can't stress that.
Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, there's no reason to put that level of stress on yourself. I mean, that's pretty good insight, because it's like you said, no matter what, if you get stressed or don't get stressed, it's not going to change the outcome of whatever's happening, right? If you're not involved.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you went on in this same comment. It says, I'm in some control of my life, but I am trying to get total control. And then you said, what is it going to take to get total control? I'm not sure, but I leave it in God's hands. What does that mean? I want to understand what you're talking about when you say you're going to leave some things in God's hands. What is?
Well, what I mean by that is, like, with the stress thing, like things that are not in my control, I tend to prey on things.
Okay.
So by me, you know, if a situation come up and it's like totally like miserable or whatever it may be that I have no control over again, I tend to pray on it, and whatever answer I get back, even if I don't get an answer, I just gotta wait on it.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense to me when you explain it. What you're not talking about, right? You're not saying that you have no control over whether you rob banks. That's not what you're saying, right?
No,
Okay.
I have control over that. I know what I'm doing when I do that.
Okay, I want to make sure that, that was my concern, is that I understand your explanation. It makes perfect sense in this context. But I just wanted to make sure that you were saying that you have control over what you do in
Yes.
situations like committing crimes. You have
Yes.
control of okay. All right, that's all the questions I have, sir. So we're going to talk about your case now, deliberate. You can listen. Don't interrupt. And when we're done, we'll give you our answer, okay?
All right.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Keith.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say, I came in with a deny. I was concerned with his history. He has an extensive history, and the fact that he was in for 10 years for the same type of thing, and then as soon after he was released from off of parole, he went back to the same offense. I was concerned with the lack of a solid release plan, and I am still concerned with I wish he had more of a solid plan for programs and work, things he had researched and everything. But speaking with him, he had the one DR, which to me is extraordinarily minor. I would have liked him to have had a substance abuse program. That's significant to me. It's his primary source of his challenges, and he, unfortunately, it wasn't put on his OAP, and of course, he didn't get it. I like, though, that he then sought out programming and was talking to other people basically about how they have overcome and what they have done, and so he burned himself as engaged with programming that's voluntary, that you don't need on your OAP, and church, which has seemingly helped him a lot. So he is approved for halfway house already. I do like that he wants to be a plumber, and that's a trade he can get into, and he recognizes he needs a driver's license. I'm open. I'd like to hear from my colleagues. He does get out next year anyway, but he does have special parole built into his sentence. So I'd like to hear from my colleagues about whether we think we could let about earlier.
Okay. Councilmember Smith-Palmieri.
Thank you. So I hear all of that, Member Keith has pointed out and agree that he's a little older, he's got some goals now, he's got some things in place. A couple of things that are most concerning to me is that these crimes were committed because of a relapse. And that he has been unable to take an addiction services program, and he's been unable to participate in any kind of NA or AA. I agree that it's unfortunate that he's been unable to at least get to the voluntary programs. And I think to his credit, he recognizes that they could be helpful to him. I also think it could be very helpful for him to take a program before he gets out. I think he'll have some greater insight into some of those, some of that stinking thinking.
Yeah, the triggers, Yeah.
It's 3 bank robberies in a very short amount of time, 6 months after he was just released from incarceration. I think he's improved. He's done well with just that one minor disciplinary report, that he is going to school, completed the Voices program. But for me today, without, some sort of substance abuse, addiction services support prior to release, I just see that as a risk for him. And I'm not in favor of granting discretionary parole today.
Yeah, I'm in the same place as you are. And I do hear a lot of positive things from him and him wanting to do better.
And support.
Yeah, and insight, he's got support. He's said a lot of good things, but it just comes down to institutional program participation and his criminal history. Like you said, 4 bank robberies, was out of jail just 6 months and 3 more. So I can't find him suitable based on this. I only had those 2 reasons, but we'll see. Remember Keys?
That's my reasons for criminal history, And then inadequate institutional program participation.
Those are the two I had. Yeah, I mean, and it's, it's not even necessarily his fault. I understand and recognize that it's not on his OEP, which puts him probably even farther back in.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that happened, but
Yeah.
it is what it is, so.
And he was on probation. Yeah, he was on probation for an evading. That went back. No, I misspoke.
Yeah, that was on the original.
Those were
Yeah,
terminated.
Yeah. when they did it, so. But listen, he's approved for a halfway house, by DOC already. And we're talking about just a matter of a couple, months in
Right.
between his pro eligibility date and the Senate. So regardless, one way or another, he's getting out. But for today, I can't support this. So let's talk about the conditions for the special parole file.
I have halfway house placement if necessary, no contact with victims, and in general, no contact with the banks, which they have put before.
Yeah, so I don't think that we have, on these cases, you normally put the victim's names when he didn't know that there were people at the,
Yeah,
Yeah, I
so
would
just
not,
general.
I would do the general.
stay away from
Yeah.
the bank location.
Okay.
All right, I have the 3 banks' names and the addresses here.
Okay, good.
So halfway house and the 3 banks,
Yes,
That's all.
that's what I have, okay,
yes.
and the 2 reasons, okay. So in regards to Andre Edwards, inmate number 203252, I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his criminal history and his inadequate institutional program participation. And further move to set the special parole conditions as halfway house placement and then a stay away from Key Bank, 195 Church Street in New Haven, Webster Bank, 894 Whaley Avenue, New Haven, and Key Bank, 201 Grand Avenue in New Haven. Do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Edwards, we were not able to grant you discretionary parole today, sir. You have been approved for a halfway house by DOC, so that's something else that you could talk to your counselor about. Regardless of any of this, you're getting out very soon, So, yeah, stick to your plan. You said some good things today that we all felt were positive, and you have some insight. I feel like this time's gonna be different for you. I really do.
yeah.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Yes,
All
best
right,
of luck.
thank you.
Edwards, inmate number 203252.
Morning,
Good morning, sir. What's your name?
Hernandez.
Okay, just give us a couple minutes and we'll be right with you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hernandez.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sisowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel member Keys, running.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Hernandez, 344-945.
This is a rehearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Antonio Hernandez, 344945. He is serving a total effective sentence of 6 years, execution suspended after 2 years, 6 months jail, followed by 3 years of probation for possession with intent to sell, dispense narcotic, criminal possession of a pistol, revolver, and assault third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 5th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, and since his last hearing, the offender has completed the intensive aftercare, smart recovery, domestic violence, Tier 4, and anger management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of drugs for recidivism. Mr. Hernandez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I want to take this time to thank you for the second opportunity. I'm sitting here to take accountability for my crimes and my actions. I want to take this time to apologize to my victims also. Was my community. I was born and raised, and I was poisoned by selling drugs and also endangering people's lives and police officers, including myself, by carrying a firearm. I want to apologize to my daughter's mom, who was the victim of the assault third charge. At no point should anyone, manipulate, assault physically or verbally anyone, especially someone who's given so much to me. I have a daughter of hers, which I'm very big. Get emotional again. So, with that being said, before I came to jail, I was on bond going through the legal procedures on bond. And I had already made up my mind that I needed to change. But when I got here and I started doing Tier 4, that's when I learned that I had to change my mindset before anything, if I really wanted to change, because I could come in here and do all the programs, but if I still keep the same mentality, as soon as I get out, I'm gonna forget about everything I learned. So that was my main thing, and I learned that in Tier 4. When I did DV, domestic violence, through that group, I had to write a letter to myself, like if basically being in the shoes of my kid, having witnessed a domestic violence. That was something big for me, Because I didn't realize until I wrote that the effect that it has not only on kids, but my victims and myself. Because now I'm here to pay for everything I did. I did my best to learn and change my mindset, because now that I learned all of this, now I gotta just go out there and put everything to work. I gotta put it to work now. I gotta fix my license. I got a lot of things I want to do. And I just want to thank you guys for the second opportunity, and that's pretty much all I got. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, thank you very much for your opening statement. So just like the last hearing, we're going to take turns asking you questions. And then when we're done, we'll talk about your case and then we'll give you an answer this morning, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri is going to start with the questions this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Hernandez, I have to say, in reviewing your file, I was very pleased for you that you were able to do so many programs and more that the last panel wanted you to do. I think it speaks, one, to your motivation, because you've had good conduct. So therefore, you know, the programs are more readily available to you. And you got good reports on all of them. So that's good for you. I know the last panel talked to you about anger management. They talked to you a little bit about Tier 4, and you just spoke about your experience in Tier 4. I see since that hearing, you also participated in aftercare.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? Because, you know, first of all, we know that not everyone is selected for aftercare. So can you tell us a little bit about how that came into be and what you thought about the program?
Well, aftercare came to be because when I first got to Tier 4, I was like, yeah, I would do this, get it out the way for parole because I need it. And then once I was there, it was like, first of all, it's a whole different environment from any other block or dorm. And then basically I learned in aftercare. We talk about being on parole also, you know, being about punctuality, keeping appointments. We learned about having not to look at the parole officer as somebody who's putting the rules on me, you know, but it's just also a source of resources, that someone that can help me. So that's one of the main things that we was learning and aftercare. And I'm actually happy I stood for aftercare.
Well, that all of what you learned from aftercare sounds like it's, what do we like to say? It's kind of like on-the-job training,
Yes.
right? It's going to give you those skills that are so important in the community. Why do you think it's important to be on time?
Because it shows that I care about what I'm doing, that I'm actually motivated to do it, and it's not something that I just have to do. It's something that I want to do.
You're a responsible person. Whether you're going to work or going to a meeting, if it's work, showing up on time is important for the employer, for yourself, and the people you work with, and even showing up on time for a meeting, right? If you show up late to a meeting, it's disruptive. It's disruptive to the other participants.
Not only showing up, but being ready beforehand.
Yes. I had a friend who always said, if you're not early, you're late.
Yes.
Yeah, so you need to be always, you know, just a few minutes early so you're ready to go. I also liked when I heard you say it's such a different environment. What did you mean by that?
Well, for one thing, in that environment, we all hold each other accountable. So if I'm doing something wrong, I know that someone else is gonna pull me up and tell me, hey, listen, you know, you're not supposed to be doing that. You know, get it together. You know, this is a community here. We gotta take care of each other. That's one thing. And also, I learned how to pull someone up, how to tell someone they're doing something wrong, because we're learning about different communication styles. You know, there's four. It's passive, aggressive, and assertive. All my life, I've used the first three. I've never been assertive. I'm either passive or passive aggressive, throwing little sarcastic remarks. And if things don't go my way, I get aggressive. Now I learn how to be assertive, how to get my message across without being disrespectful or aggressive. And that's why, to me, it was something that I really needed.
I have to say, I haven't heard that explanation or that information about aftercare in a long time. So I'm getting a sense that you really value your opportunity to participate in that program. And communication is everything.
Yes.
Communication is everything. You also talked briefly in your opening statement today and in your other hearing about apologizing to your community for selling drugs, for having a firearm. So when you go back into your community, how could you make amends?
First of all, by doing the right thing, by changing my life and not going back to those same actions. Just living right, doing the next right thing always, and I would say volunteering for different causes that help the community. And, one thing they always said, and tier 4, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
Mm-hmm. Right, and it really making amends, atoning for your mistakes is really simply, it can be as simple as being a productive, contributing, positive member of your community. Those young people in the community, they just see you going to work every day, coming home, taking care of yourself, your family, whoever, in the right way, sends that message.
Yes, I agree.
Your plan to return to the community is still to live with your sister?
Yes.
Okay. And you've thought about how you'll continue your sobriety in the community. Can you talk to me a little bit about that? I have some brief notes, but I want to hear about it from you.
I'm gonna keep attending NA and AA meetings. I will be in New Britain, so I have the pamphlet with the addresses and the phone and the numbers and all that. So I'm gonna do that. Also, I'm linked up with the Wheeler Clinic, and I want to get in touch with CCAR. I got the information for Ryan Sims. He's someone that's from CCAR. He did time before, and now he's turned his life around. And I spoke to him briefly. He told me he'll be in the Hartford Parole House location in Hartford every Tuesday. So that's someone that I'm gonna get in contact with.
Can you tell me a little bit about what your short-term goals are when you're back in the community?
Short-term goals, I have a few of them. I want to get a job. I have like 5 or 6 cases of driving with no license that I have to reopen. And to fix my license, payment restoration fee, I gotta do that. I want to open a bank account. I want to have a certain amount of money saved up from working after 6 to 9 months. Those are some of the short-term goals.
Okay. Right, those are important goals. Those are the goals that you need to start living that productive lifestyle, like you said. I saw that your painting job is still available to you?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, I don't have any other questions. Is there anything else you think we should have talked about that we didn't, that we should know?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Hernandez, the victim of the assault third, I don't want to say the person's name, I don't want to say the name, but I have the initials KB. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Do you have a child with that person?
Yes.
Or do you intend to continue a relationship with that person? Not like a co-parenting, I'm talking about actual boyfriend, girlfriend, or husband-wife relationship?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to understand where you're at with that. And then you said your driver's license is not valid, and that's something you're going to work on. In one of these drug cases, it looks like they pulled you over, you were driving a car, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I think those are all the questions I had. Panel member Keys?
I have no questions. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, sir, I think we're done. I think we're done with all of the questions. So we're going to deliberate. You can listen, don't interrupt. When we're done, we'll give you our answer, okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
I really think that Mr. Hernandez has done tremendously well.
Mhm.
There's a lot of offender change.
Yeah.
A lot of insight into his behaviors. He has no disciplinary reports, seems to, like we said, has done all the right programs
For
for
him,
what he needs.
Yes, absolutely.
And have the opportunity to be successful.
Mhm.
So I am in favor of discretionary parole today.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I mean, his insight into talking about being sarcastic and understanding dynamics of relationships and everything is more than I've heard really anybody say. And understanding, just to be sort of just tell people what you think, right? To try to avoid these confrontations, letting things build up and then not addressing them correctly. So I'm also in favor. He's done really well. Councilmember Keys.
I agree.
Okay, let's talk about, he does not have special parole, but we do have to set steps for his discretionary parole period. I had no alcohol, motor vehicle, no driving operation of motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Once he gets his license straightened out, he can work that out. Community-based behavior management for domestic violence. And then no contact with KB without the parole officer's permission.
That's what.
They can kind of sort that out in the community and how that's going to proceed,
Yeah.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. In regards to Antonio Hernandez, inmate number 344945, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, November 10th, 2025. The following conditions: no alcohol consumption, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, community-based treatment for behavior management, domestic violence, and no contact with the victim, KB, without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, you've been granted discretionary parole. Nice job.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
That's a lot.
This is the hearing for Antonio Hernandez, inmate number 344945. Good morning, can I have your name?
It's good for everyone.
Can I have your name?
Martel Holloway.
Okay, give us 1 second. Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Councilmember Keys, good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Martel Holloway, 351217.
This is a rehear being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Martel Holloway, inmate number 351217. He is serving a total effective sentence of 3 years served and 3 years of special parole to follow for criminal possession of a firearm, ammo, and smoking. As of today, record reflects the parole eligibility date, June 28, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, and since his last hearing, he has completed the New Thoughts program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Holloway, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay. I felt like I should be granted parole because one, I finished my special parole before I was home. Also, I did all my programs. And I only had one ticket, and then that was last year. That was last year, and since I had then need the 6 months, I didn't get no tickets. I stayed ticket free. I live for my kids, so I don't want to have to raise my kids through a phone. I've been doing that so far, and I don't really like it. Like I just been just going through the emotions, but I keep it. I talked to my sponsor. Well, not a sponsor. I got a C-card coach too, so I talked to him about it, and like we be talking, going back and forth about how what I should do when I get home and how to be a better father and stuff. And like I said, I also have DCF in my life, so after I get out, I have to fight for my kids. So like I already know I have to be a good role model for my kids when I get home too. So like I also know like this is just the beginning. Like so I know like it's not just gonna be overall. I'm home and I'm free. Like I still have other things I have to accomplish and obtain when I get home. The mother of my kids, like I don't know. I haven't talked to her. I haven't seen her. So like I'm all my kids have, so I have to figure it out to be a mom and a dad. So like I know it's not gonna be an easy road, but I know like with the right support and the networking that I have that I got through NAA too is that like we a family. So like if I could use them to help me, not like the help, but like just the encouragement of, because I go to NA and AA every Monday and Thursday, and I use that like for encouragement to just keep going, keep thriving on doing what I'm doing. Because I'm not saying I'm not the best in me, but I'm just saying like I know that I'm on the right path. Like I'm saying, I'm not looking for compassion for myself, looking for compassion for my kids because, like I said, like I'm all they got, and my mother didn't raise me to have somebody else raise their kids. Like I see my mom struggle and stuff like that. So like I also know like I know the struggle. So like I know I just can't give up. Like, I gotta go home and take care of my kids. And also I want to move outside my comfort zone. So I can have a new start as far as I want to move out of Hartford because Hartford is a little dangerous. There's a lot of violence going on and stuff. And I feel like I'm easily influenced by not the area, but it's just the stuff that's be going on, and like I want to move out. I'm not saying out the state or anything, but just like another town where I could just be. I don't know nobody, and I could just have a real fresh start. Also, I got a Also, I gave out a paper for day one cleaners. I have a job when I get out. As soon as I get out of jail, working for that. That's my doing commercial cleaning, and I would like to do that just to keep me afloat and keep bills, because I know I've been looking into the rent market and the rent sky high. So like I know I need to help my mom and I need to help myself, like you know what I'm saying. And like I said, I definitely want to be there for my kids. So I have to get a car, I gotta get I got there's mad stuff I just gotta handle. And like I said too, my so-called friends, they left. They didn't. So like I'm used to being by myself. So like I said, when that 6 months that y'all gave me to sit down and reflect, like what's going on with my life, like I really got time to really figure out, like, all right, what's going on? What's your next step? Because at the end of the day, they give you another shot to come back to express your plan to go home. Like what's going on? So like what I learned from that was that I taught myself how to be comfortable with being by myself. Like in the dorm, I be by myself. I talk to people, but like I know don't leave my bed or anything. And just like I said, I'm gonna work at day one cleaners. If I go to a halfway house, I'm gonna go to a halfway house and just work for day one cleaners. And then I had to get an apartment, and I got to get a car, and then like I just lived life after that. But at the same time, through that, I have to go to NA, to AA. I had a brochure saying where all the NA and AA meetings are at, and the whole Connecticut. But she said it's for me, so I didn't have to show y'all. But I had it, and like I said, I'm gonna use that to my advantage and just keep striving on. Like I'm gonna just keep going. Just because I'm doing, yes, it's easier to do good in jail because nothing's like trying to distract you and stuff like that. But at the same time, like I'm also like trying to use NA and AA and my C-card coach to just keep, like I said, just keep pushing me along. And then there's stuff here And then if stuff get hard, I know I could go back to them and talk to them about it. And like, cause like I said, we couldn't. And like I said, I just want to raise my kids and grow old. That's all.
Okay, Mr. Holloway, thank you very much for your opening statement. So just like the last time, we're going to take turns asking questions. And at the end, we're going to talk about your case and then we'll give you an answer.
Yes.
Ready? I'm going to start with the questions today. So, I reviewed what we wanted you to do in the last hearing, and it appears that you've done that. You haven't got any more disciplinary reports, and you've completed the New Thoughts program. And from what I hear from you is that you've worked on your release plan too, for as far as employment, and there are some new things since the last hearing that I'm hearing about. So those are the kinds of things I'm going to ask you about. Can you tell us what you learned in the New Thoughts program and how that helped you?
New Thoughts program made me look at a different perspective on how I look at things in life, like far as my integrity and like how like I need to be a better person, like how I just keep being easily influenced to doing stuff. And at the same time, like far as me like picking up and using, like I just can't take a wrong situation and just make that an excuse to party.
Okay. This was your third gun charge, so you could see how that would be a concern of ours, right?
Yeah.
Because you're rated at a high risk. We talked about these things in the last hearing. And where do you stand as far as guns? I heard you talk about a lot of things in your opening statement, but didn't mention that.
As far as guns, like I said, I feel like I was just easily influenced by the things that's just around in Hartford. But at the same time, before, like this bit right here really ate me up, because before I was just by myself. I hadn't had no real concerns or like not worries, but like right now I got kids. I never had kids before, so this is my time where I had kids and I'm away from them. I'm like, that's not good. Like, I mean, like that's not a real father. Real dad is there every day. He show up every day. Like I've been going for 20 months, so I'm like, that's not. I mean, so in that case, I'm just done with guns. I'm done with the streets. Like I said, I just want to go home and raise my kids.
Just so we're clear, you understand that you can never possess a firearm again. You understand that forever in your entire life. If you do that, sir, your sentence is just going to keep getting longer and longer and longer. You're never going to be available for your kids. You're putting a lot. You talk about how important your children are. I heard you say it several times, and I believe you. I think you're sincere about that. So when you face that situation in the future, need to think about them, and not about pleasing other people or however it is you're coming into possession of guns. You need to think about your kids. You can never possess a firearm again. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do understand that.
All right. You're putting everybody in the community at danger. People in your house, the kids could find a gun. You're putting the police at danger. If they have to talk to you about something, you have a gun. All kinds of people and bad things could happen as a result of that. All right?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I feel like my attitude and my maturity has changed the most. Like, far as like, I done seen so much stuff in jail. Like, but now that I'm older and like I said, I'm chasing to get back to my kids. I know how to like overlook things. Like I said, I have to be on my bunk now, so I done seen so much stuff. It's like, don't be wrong, like is everything else on the street is really in here too. So like I just be, like I said, I don't get involved. I know how to mind my business, and I changed in the sense of, like I said, like I don't want to be in the mix of everybody no more. Like I said, I'm just really chasing to be with my kids, because it ain't no fun just being in the mix and gossiping about the next person, and like I don't get involved in that. So I feel like I've changed.
Okay. So I heard you talk about your sobriety in your opening statement. And so you've connected with CCAR.
Yes.
And you're going to NA and AA meetings in the facility. And you want to continue those kinds of things when you get out?
Yes.
Have you looked at where you said, I heard you talk about CCAR in Hartford, and you know where they are, and you have the times and everything. That's very good. What about AA and NA? Do you know where the meetings are in the community?
In the community, yes, it's on the brochure. It's
okay.
Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, anywhere I would want to go at a show. And I
So you're
want to
not
say,
gonna, but,
and I wanted to say too, I'm already signed up for Willer Clinic. They just waiting for me to get there.
so you know how to access these programs. That's my point of the question.
Oh,
AA,
yeah.
NA, C-Car, Wheeler Clinic. There's no excuse for you to be using when you get out.
Right. It's no excuse.
Okay, so let's talk about this employment opportunity. This is new information. I don't remember hearing about this the last time. How did this come about?
I reached out because last time y'all had told me y'all needed a proof of employment. So
Yeah,
I had
exactly.
reached out and did a whole bunch of calling and around and stuff like that. And I got somebody to write a letter saying that I could work for them when I get home.
Do you know this gentleman, the people that own that business, or do you know other people that work there? How did you connect with them?
I knew the gentleman for a long time. I reconnected with him because like I said, I had to get some type of proof. Because everybody was saying that they could get me into a job, but at the same time I couldn't get like a letter. So like I had to reach out.
Yeah, it's helpful for us to see a letter so that, because people could say anything, right? So if we see a document with another person that signed it, it appears to be legitimate, you know? So good job on tracking that down and getting yourself set up so that make us feel comfortable you'll have employment when you get out, you know? So you're asking to go to a halfway house. Is that still the case?
Yes.
What are your long-term goals for housing? Have you thought about that?
My long-term goals, I really want to own a house, but at the same time, like I said, I start small. I'm looking like I have my mom and my sister looking for a little apartments, and I just be want to know like the how much rent costs just so I could get it in my head. So I mean, it's just not a surprise. Like
it's expensive, you know. But the halfway house is a good opportunity to get, you know, just get out there and start working and get settled, and then with the support of your family and C-Car, NA, all those people that you have in your life, even your boss at work, between all of those people and a parole officer, right? You should be able to find an apartment and figure that out, you know, over time, you know?
Right.
I think that's everything I have. I'm gonna see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there, okay, sir?
Okay.
All righty, panel member Keys.
Thank you. Find out you have a lot of goals and things that you acknowledge you need to do. For one, I very much appreciate the commitment you have to your kids and wanting to get them out of the situation that they're in and step up for them. I very much appreciate that. But that is a lot you're going to take on, and you acknowledge that. It is a lot, but I love the research you've done into the rent and everything. I mean, and where programs are. It just really sounds like you've done a lot of work, but this can easily be overwhelming for you. How are you going to prioritize? What's going to be the priority? Can you help?
Okay. Right now, my priority is employment. Like I feel like an income will help, not everything, but it help like me just put more stuff in order. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, if I go to the halfway house, I could sit in the halfway house, and now that just give me more time to save my money. And then, like I said, one step at a time, get the apartment. Then I need a car to bring my kids to the doctors and school and stuff. So like, I feel like that's just my main priority right now is just the job, working to get other steps done. I mean, and my sobriety, that's big too, my sobriety.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, you definitely. I was hoping to hear that. You know, you want to do for your kids, you want to help your mom and everything, but you have to take care of yourself, or else you're not going to be able to help anybody else. And yeah, sobriety, you can't maintain a job or anything if you're not sober. So maintaining those things. That's really all I have for questions. The only other thing I wanted to mention was DCF has a whole fatherhood section. A real commitment to supporting fathers' engagement with their kids. And so really talk to they watch it, they collect data on it. So they have some programs, they have fatherhood groups in the community that your DCF worker could get you connected with because they want to support the fathers so the fathers can support their children. So I would just encourage you not only work with your parole officer, but also your DCF worker to be as engaged and get as much help as possible, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Best of luck. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Member Smith Palmieri.
I don't.
Okay, Mr. Holloway, we're done with the questions, so we're gonna talk about your case and then we'll give you an answer in just a couple minutes, okay?
Okay.
Please don't interrupt during this time. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Holloway's back. He was, heard earlier this year, yeah,
Yeah.
in April, right?
Yeah.
And, was told to take care of some things, New Thoughts program, his release plan, and come back with any. So he's done those things. He completed New Thoughts program. He's talked about what he learned. It's made him look at life through a different perspective. We went through his problems with guns, and he understands that he can't possess firearms, and he has this desire to be a better father and a better person for his children, and he really needs to think about those things when he's finds himself in that situation, so he does not possess firearms in the future. He's been attending AA and NA according to him. He's gone and gotten a letter of employment, which was attached to from a cleaning service. That was new information. Trying to bolster his parole package and prove to us that he's serious about working and doing things. Connected with CCAR, wants to go to NA and AA and Wheeler Clinic in the community. And he's been approved for halfway house by DOC. You know, as far as I can see, he's done everything that's been asked of him. He did good today, being able to articulate how he's changed, and I hear a lot of change in his voice and how he wants to do better. He has a plan that seems realistic to me, so I'm in favor of granting his discretionary parole. Member Keys?
I am as well, thank
I
you.
am also.
Okay. So let's just talk about the conditions here. I had no alcohol in halfway house. Is there anything else that we need to add to this?
Not for me.
I didn't have no alcohol.
I didn't either. I had
Okay.
halfway house, but that was.
That's just,
It's that happened.
I don't know when I wrote that down. There was some kind of a situation. Let me see. Sometimes I already know. See what it says in this substance abuse.
At one point was an issue.
It was when he's younger, not in
Yeah.
relation to this. Yeah, he says I only drink maybe once a month. Yeah. So, okay, no, I don't think we need that based on what I'm looking at here. So
Yeah.
it's just halfway house then? Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah,
Okay. So in regards to Martell Holloway, inmate number 351217, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, November 10th, 2025, with the following condition in addition to the standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement. Is there a second?
second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Holloway, you've been granted discretionary parole.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, good luck to you, sir.
Best of luck.
Can I ask
Go
a
ahead.
question?
Sure.
Somebody tried to tell me I could parole to a sober house.
Yeah, you have to talk to, like the counselor there. There's a process, but, you know, you're gonna have to talk to someone about it. Usually you go to a halfway house, hard to get it straight from DOC to sober house, but it's not impossible. You'll have to
Okay.
talk, someone will come talk to you about your release plan.
I just want to go to halfway house. I'm just asking somebody. I'm just verifying it. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, good luck.
Appreciate you. Have a good day.
This is the hearing for Markel Holloway, inmate number 351.
Good morning,
That's another
Good
10.
morning, or good afternoon. Can I have your name, please, or good morning?
Kadim Sadio.
Okay, give us 1 second. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel Member Keys, morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Kadeem Sadio, 371400.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kadeem Sadio, inmate number 371400. He is serving a total effective sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 5 years of probation. For assault second with a weapon, criminal possession pistol revolver, violation of probation, underlying assault second, failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 7th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the New Thoughts program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Sadio, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may be.
Excuse me, what did you say? You kind of like went silent.
This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. If you have something to say, you can share it now.
I believe that I should be granted parole because the individual that I was in 2021 when I originally caught this case, and I'm ashamed of myself looking back at what I've done, and to where I'm at now, I'm trying to find a way that I can get back to my community and make right all the wrongs that I've done in my community. I heard when you said that there was no victim, but the victim was my community. My community should not be afraid of me, a man with a gun outside in their community with their kids at no point in time.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement, sir. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking you questions. Then when we're done, we're going to talk about your case, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
All right.
Ready? My colleague, panel member Keys, is going to start with the questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your opening statement. I wanted to begin, looking at your history, you do have several gun convictions, beginning when you were young. Why did you feel like you needed to have a gun, and why did you keep carrying guns when you were getting arrested for them and having them?
I believe this is my first firearm, a gun charge. I have a dangerous weapon charge, not a gun charge. It's my first actual firearm charge. It's my first.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, that's my mistake. Why were you carrying a gun?
Honestly, it was a lapse in judgment. I was with someone and they asked me to hold it for them for a second, and I made the stupidest mistake of my life to take that firearm from that person and hold it. And as you see, I am still paying the consequences of my actions today.
And you were on, correct me if I'm wrong here, you were on probation for assault when you committed this assault with a gun, right?
There was no assault. It was just a discharge. The gun discharged.
During a fight, though?
There was something going on. I wasn't involved in the situation that was going on. And basically, I was told to just hold this while they tried to break up the situation. And when it was put in my possession, it discharged.
So there was a fight, multiple complaints of shots fired. And is this when you were holding it up and you said you got pushed?
Yes.
And that's when you think it went off?
Yeah, I got pushed and it discharged. I didn't know that there was one in the head. I didn't know none of that gun was ready. All I did was put it in my possession, and then I got pushed. And when I fell, it discharged. I didn't know nothing about the firearms. I just made a stupid decision that night.
It looked like it was just about as the handgun was about to strike another male. That's when the video showed the flash of it going off.
I was actually standing outside of the whole thing, watching everything. I was standing on the outside, and somebody from behind, I just fell forward, and that's when the firearm went off.
And in the residence, when they went and searched then your home, you had, counterfeit bills, gun parts, a handgun, gun magazines, and live rounds.
Those were found in a vehicle in the backyard. I had no access to the vehicle, ma'am.
So you're saying that was
Found
not,
in
so the gun that was with you at the restaurant that went off, you're saying that is not yours, you have to hold it, and then you're saying that the gun parts, the handgun and the gun magazine and everything at the residence was something in the backyard that you didn't have access to?
Yes, they found stuff in a red Dodge Durango, I believe they said was in the backyard. They found I believe it was ammunition, firearms, and a magazine. I believe they said they found in the vehicle. I had no access to the vehicle. I just pled guilty for the firearm that I know that I was in possession of the night of the incident. Took responsibility for my actions.
And then your underlying conviction, which I know was, a long time ago, but you were on probation for it, was for, there were different stories. Why don't you tell me what your explanation of it now is? Because there were different stories in the reports we read.
As in for what? For the probation?
Yes.
I believe I was on probation for, it was an assault second with a weapon. It was a shovel, allegedly. Basically, I was talking to someone and words were had, and the person aggressively reached into the back of the truck for a shovel, swung. We stepped in between the cars, and I grabbed the shovel and walked away with the shovel. I took the shovel from the person and walked away from the shovel. Because I was seen on camera walking away with the shovel, it was said that I assaulted the said person with the shovel.
Yeah, what the victim said was it stemmed from a motor vehicle collision, and that when they responded, the victim said that they were, it was part of a motor vehicle, and that when the operator got out of the vehicle, you guys, were both being.
I was never even aware of none of that.
Now, when the officers viewed the video footage, it does say it coincided with the victim's statement, except of you hitting the victim with a shovel, but as the video panned away, they could hear a loud bang that could be heard after on video they saw you get the shovel.
I did
and
not.
You had injuries. Yeah. Okay. Do you acknowledge that you hit him with the shovel?
I acknowledge that there was an incident with the victim and I took responsibility for the victim. I did not hit him with the shovel, but I did take responsibility for my actions of that day.
What were your actions that you take responsibility for?
And during the confrontation, words were said, and I could have diffused the situation by just lowering my temper or my tone, or at least stepping away from the person to at least give him time to at least calm himself down. But I did not. It was just a fuel back and forth, me and him going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until it just exploded. And I never took no time to actually evaluate the situation to see that it was going to go to where it was. It was just, I thought that we were just having words, and the next thing you know, it just exploded.
And that was, again, this is underlined, so this was in 2018, but just the differing stories, I wanted to see where you were with that now, particularly also in light of the current offense being another kind of altercation, and there being differing stories with that as well. And then, I know I want you to correct me if I'm wrong as well, but it looked like you have 3 motor vehicle types of offenses. Have you had your driver's license before?
Yes.
You have.
I was actually in the process of reinstating my driver's license when I received this arrest.
Okay, so you didn't have it at the time, of course, but then you were in the process of reinstating it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You've been on community supervision 3 times and have not been able to be successful with it.
Community supervision.
What's been the struggle with that?
Community supervision.
Probation, probation, parole, some sort of, what would make this time different? What would make us feel like, okay, yes, those were challenges before, but what was happening then? And then what would give us some confidence that you'd be able to successfully complete this time if you were granted discretionary parole?
The other times I was a child trying to find a way to manipulate and do the things that I wanted to do without getting in trouble. Now I'm at the point where I need to do the things that I have to do to make sure that I am successful in the community. Like, I'm not in that position or that mental state where I want to try to get over. Now it's time to stand up and be a man and show and prove that I am somebody that can live in the community and survive in the community.
Sorry for the pause. I just want to make sure I don't misrepresent anything. I write the notes. I want to make sure I get it right. You have. Okay. You have earned 7 DRs during this period of incarceration. 4 of the 5 most recent ones all relate to drug or alcohol use, it seemed. And the 5th of those most recent 5 were for threatening an officer. Can you discuss what's going on in the facility? So you're having, we look at that in terms of.
I couldn't hear you too well.
So
you were kind of like breaking up.
Yeah, sorry. The audio hasn't been good all morning. I'm sorry. Your DRs, I wanted you to try and talk about that. And it sounds like, of the most recent, several have been, 4 or 5 have been related to substance use, it sounded like. And then the 5th was threatening an officer. And we look at that to help us see and determine if we think you will be able to do what you want to do in the community. So if you could explain those, it might be helpful for us to understand where you are.
Well, the DRs, the most recent DR, I want to say the last one, what was it? I think it was a contraband ticket. I think they said they found contraband in the cell, and I just told them that was mine. My cellie had been in the cell for, I guess he's been in the cell for 14 plus years, and to avoid the situation, I wanted to get out of the cell. I just told them that was my contraband to get out of the cell. The threatening ticket, I had went to SEG, and coming out of SEG, upon release of SEG, the officer had told me that he was not returning my TV. And in the midst of the conversation, I guess I let a threat come out without really paying it any mind. And he took it to a whole nother level, not knowing that I wasn't really serious upon the threat. I was just on some just speaking. It wasn't a threat as in I was going to do something to him or nothing. It was just like, why would you take my TV? Well, I would do something if you stole from me. And he was like, he took it as I was going to do something to him if he did not give me my TV.
So, the quote, I'm seriously considering, because this was in e-messages, right? They were monitoring,
It was just a conversation. It wasn't something that was just like one of those things it was like, yeah, whatever, I'm pissed, my TV's gone, but it's whatever. And they took it out of context. That's what me and my brother was talking about, how we were speaking upon it, and brought it somewhere else.
Definitely, so if you were the officer and you heard.
Yes, I apologized to him and everything in Osborne when I was in SEG. He came, we spoke, and I let him know it wasn't meant that way. It was just one of those, me venting to my brother about how I felt about the situation. It wasn't about something that I was gonna go do or no, it was just something I just needed to vent about the situation, just get it out of there and move on from it.
Is your brother older or younger?
He's younger.
How do you think hearing you talk like that would make him feel like how he should handle conflict and when he's upset about something, if his older brother is talking about?
It was a very bad. That's why I said my judgment from when I started this incarceration to now is totally different. I see where I was to where I am now, and I see who I want to be in the community and how I want to affect my community in a positive way and help to change the violence that's going on in my community.
We definitely want you to be the way you envision yourself too. And I think you can be that person. I would, I obviously don't know you, but I would assume you can be if you put your mind to it and remain committed to it. Let's see. So you completed anger management in 2014. Obviously, this is a while ago. That was though prior to the assault and your underlying and the current conviction. What do you think would help you control anger when you're feeling angry? Is there something that you've tried now that is helpful? Is there something else that you think? Is there something underlying that maybe counseling might help with? And you don't have to tell us what the thing is. If it's
I honestly say my underlying thing with anger is alcohol.
Yeah.
If there's no alcohol, I'm perfectly fine. But as long as alcohol is involved, it's an anger issue. And I've come to realize that, and that's why I know what I need to do as a man, for myself to stand up and make it.
What have you done to try and work on that? Because that's something that, you know, bringing in as much support as possible to help you with that
Yes.
would be really helpful.
From my mother, my father, my friends, my brother, everyone, we're all on the same page with the no alcohol and substance abuse treatment when I'm back in the community, whether it be AA or I go to an outpatient program in once or twice a week just to make sure that I stay clean and sober and on top of what I need to do.
Do you have any people around you that are in recovery where they have gone through a sobriety, they have had?
I have one friend that she just recently completed rehab. I think she's 90 days clean, and she told me that as long as I need any help, she will always be there to comfort me or communicate with me to walk me through whatever I need.
I think getting a coach and being part of a program would be helpful, because it does seem, your other DRs were really smoking, Pruno, and they are relatively recent. But I think finding a program in the community. Have you done a program in the community before for sobriety?
I haven't completed a sobriety program. I was in IOP, intensive IOP.
Okay. Would you be willing?
Yes.
Upon release? Yeah.
Of course, yes.
You're still waitlisted for the addiction services program, right? You have, you're not in tier now, right? I checked the other day, but no, you're still waitlisted. Okay. You did complete tier 2 in 2016 and 2020. How did those programs impact you at those times? And then what do you think
Those
happened?
programs, they showed me ways that my addiction, like how I let my addiction like kind of like break through and give it a way to like find a way for me to use and cheat through the system. And I've just like closed doors to try to find ways to not try to, I can just smoke tonight or have a little drink here, or it's okay if I do this and nobody knows. That's what that program showed me. Like, it's not okay to cheat. It's still considered as using. Whether I just have one little shot here today and don't drink for 2 more days, it's still considered using.
Okay. Well, what happened when you left incarceration those times and you went into the community and you went back to drinking and stuff? And what do you think would have helped you be more successful?
The support system that I have now. Before, it was just I was being released and I was being dropped in the community and everybody was like, hey, dude, you're home, figure it out. Now everybody's more, all right, you're home, we want you to stay home. What can we do to help you stay here? What can we do to help you transition into being here and not transition into, okay, you're gonna go do something stupid to go back to jail?
Was the relationship different with your family? Because it sounds like the support system you mentioned was, yeah.
Yes.
Did complete New Thoughts. What do you think about that program? Can you talk about has that impacted your way of thinking about things and how you'll go into the community?
It's actually given me a different outlook on life on some, honestly, a lot of the times New Thoughts, it showed me that when I felt my back was against the wall and I had no option but to just go back to what I know to do and make it happen and make it work, it showed me that I don't have to go that way. There's other ways that I can go and think and do other things to make positive changes in my life. It's not just go negative.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, you want to sponsor your mom in Stanford. Now that is where, these crimes had committed before. Do you think you'll have a hard time going back to the same neighborhood, the same community, and it's the same now? How will you handle being in that same environment and bumping into people and temptation and stuff?
Like I said, now I'm more on how I can give back to my community and uplift my community. Like I've been talking to my mother, and my mother has been talking to a couple of community service advocates out there that I can go out there and volunteer and help. Like in my community, there's a lot of young kids that actually looked up to me when I was there, and they wanted to see me do good and me to help them and be there to see them play basketball and football and stuff like that. And I let them down by coming here and doing this. So now I'm trying to go back and show them that, yo, it's okay to mess up, but when you mess up, it's okay to come back and do good. It's not about how you mess up, it's about how you rebound from your mess up.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I think that's all I have for questions. Thank you very much for answering my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So, Mr. Stadio, did I pronounce that properly?
Yes, ma'am.
So I've been listening to you answer my colleagues' questions, and I have a few concerns I wanted to share with you. So you were released to transitional supervision in August 24th, 2021, and then you were arrested the following October. So roughly about 4 months later, or give or take a little bit. So how did you find yourself back into a situation in such a short amount of time where you're with individuals who are about to get in a fight? Somebody gives you a gun. How do you think you landed yourself back in that situation?
Well, honestly, Miss, I was on probation. I was denied transitional supervision in 2019 on that 2021 case. I was denied. I discharged. I went to the end of sentence on that case. I was on probation.
Oh, okay. So
what I did
Go
that
ahead.
night was probation. I made the lapse in my judgment to go out with friends that night. Instead of going in the house to go to work the next morning, I thought it would be okay to just go out and chill with my friends while they had a drink. And knowing how alcohol affects my life, I wasn't even supposed to be at that place, even though they were having a drink and I wasn't drinking. Like I said, how you thought showed me how it affects my life. They were drinking, and because they were drinking, I wasn't drinking. I'm the one that came to jail. I shouldn't have never been in that position. They were going to drink. They should have went and had a drink, and I should have went home.
okay. So you were discharged, TS, time served in August. And then you were arrested in October 2021 for this assault second with a firearm. That's what you pled guilty to.
Mhm.
Not just possessing the firearm, but assault too with the firearm and the firearm discharged. So I want to be clear because
I was not clear of the assault. I thought the assault was just the probation, violation of probation was the assault. I thought I pled guilty to criminal possession of a firearm and discharge of a firearm.
So we're going to, just because I feel like you're not really seeing the big picture when you respond to some of the questions. So some of your responses are, I guess, they said, allegedly, I was in the process. And part of change is accepting responsibility, understanding what your role in a situation is, how that role affects your participation in a situation, how that affects the community. And I went back as you were talking to my colleague to look at some of these other situations that you are trying to circumvent your responsibility for. And, you pled guilty. You pled guilty to the assault. You pled guilty to the failure to appear. You said to my colleague, you were dropped in the community with no support. So when you discharged time served in August and you were on probation, what were you doing with probation? Did you tell probation that you needed some help? That you
Probation was, yes. Probation was in the process of sending me to Bridgeport because Stamford, Connecticut does not have no reentry programs for no inmate coming to Stamford, Connecticut. I have to go to Bridgeport, New Haven, or Waterbury for reentry programs. Probation was in the process of helping me to find a reentry program or some sort of sober housing living so I can get out of Stamford so I can help myself. When you say circumvent my charges, I take full responsibility for everything. Like I told the lady before you, I feel ashamed of what I've done. Sorry.
So when probation was helping you look for reentry services, did you look yourself? I mean, there's quite a few.
Yes.
And what did you find?
I had went to CT Works in Bridgeport and they had referred me to Waterbury, but I had no transportation to Waterbury at the time that day, and I had no. I think she said she was trying to get me a transit pass or a train pass or something to get me to Waterbury. And
Okay.
during the process of all of that, I wasn't able to get to Waterbury that day. We had rescheduled, and then this whole situation had happened.
Okay, okay. So you know that there's services available for you in
Yes.
the community and you can access those. That's good to hear. Okay, and you understand that going forward, you can never possess a firearm?
Yes.
Okay. Does sound like you have some support in the community as you talked to my colleague about, so that's good. All right. All right, thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I just have a couple things to clear up, Mr. Sadio. So the assault second charge that my colleagues have both talked about, that's the one with discharge of the firearm. That's the one I'm referring to right now. Were you drinking and smoking marijuana before that incident?
I was smoking gas.
What about drinking?
I believe I had a beer. Yes, I was.
All right, I just want to make sure because I thought maybe you just said that you didn't, and then when I'm reading the reports, it does say that you were drinking and smoking.
Yes, I wasn't supposed to be drinking, and I went out with friends, and I was there. I wasn't supposed to be there.
All right, and then the failure to appear, you said that there was a fire alarm. You were in the court, and then there was a fire alarm, and then you left, and then you didn't go back, so they charged you with the failure to appear after the fire alarm.
I walked right back into the courtroom, and they told me that my name wasn't called. There was a recess, and I left. And then when I came back from the recess, they told me I got a failure to appear.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's all I had. So we're done with the questions. We're going to talk about your case now. Please don't interrupt. And when we're done, we'll give you an answer shortly.
All right.
Okay. Councilmember Keys.
Thank you, Chair. So Mr. Sadio, thank you. I appreciate his motivation and the insight he shared and the way he discussed and explained some the questions and discrepancies. I'm concerned, he did not take an addiction services program during this period of incarceration. There seems to be discrepancies with the stories and a little bit of a minimizing of his role with different aspects of his offenses. The DRs are concerning. There's just a significant number of DRs and most of them for using. And so I'm just concerned that he's not quite ready yet, although he is approved for halfway house, approved for community release, and he will be released next year anyway. But I would love it if he could have just a little more time and maybe he'd be able to get into an addiction services program before he's actually released. I think that would be best for him to set him up in the best way to hopefully have success this time and be done with all of this. So I'm not in favor of a grant today.
Yeah, I agree. I was writing notes and some of the things he was saying, and my colleague, Councilmember Smith, already talked about some of these things. But when you asked about the tickets, he says he takes responsibility, but then we start talking about individual things. It was my cellmates. I wasn't serious about the threats. There's just a lot of that all throughout this hearing. Doesn't even sound like he knew that he was convicted of an assault second, according to him. And as far as it's gone via discharge, and then he says someone else is gone, and then the ammunition and the other stuff on the house didn't belong to him either. It was someone else. And then the assault with the shovel. Well, I allegedly hit someone with a shovel. I didn't hit them. They had a picture of me carrying a shovel. There's just a lot of that all throughout this.
Yeah.
He says he takes responsibility. I'm not sure for what, because every single one of these things, right? He had some other explanation. And he did express some insight into his alcohol use, which I thought was good.
Yeah.
That he understands that he has these anger issues when he drinks, and so without having completed an addiction services program, it's hard for me to overlook some of these things.
Right.
So I'm also not in favor today, without an addiction services program.
And
You remember Smith Palmieri?
I agree with everything that's already been said, and I am also not in favor. You know, there's some positive
Okay.
in all of this. Is I see, you know, as Mr. Stadio, he knows like some of his dates.
Yes.
He was able to correct us in a couple
Yes.
things.
Yeah.
I misread my own
Right.
note with TS, not transition supervision, but time served.
Yes.
I mean, so he knows
Yeah.
where he's been.
Yes.
He's got a good sense of where he wants to go.
Yes.
He's got some, I think, realistic goals.
Yep.
He has a job he can go to. He says in the community with Abilene. I think it's like he was working there before. He sounds like he has support in the community. Hopefully he'll remember when he gets out this time about the reentry services that the referral for being made to him. So I do see some positive things happening for Mr. Sadio once he's back in the community. I think the disciplinary reports, unfortunately, have prevented him from doing like the addiction services program, even the voices program. I think could help with some of the splitting hairs
Mm,
and
yeah.
when we ask the questions.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And we can't change what's before us, but it is important to see what can be changed and improved going forward for Mr. Sadio. So for today, I don't find him suitable for parole, but I do hope that he can be more successful in the community, because I do think he knows what's going on and he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah.
You make some good points about his release plan. His release plan is not an area that's lacking. I mean, he
No.
has good plans for the future, and I think he's sincere about wanting to do better, you know?
For himself. He's got
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing is the challenges with reentry services in Stanford and wanting to return to Stanford. I just hope that won't in the future
Yeah.
present another challenge for him, but we'll
So
see. Okay.
the reasons, I think we all talked about the poor institutional adjustment and inadequate program participation, right, for addiction services?
Yeah.
I have poor performance while in community release for a third one, would include his current situation and his previous, violation of probations. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so I think he doesn't have any special protocols, so I think we're good, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in regards to Kadeem Sadio, inmate number 371400, I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his inadequate institutional program participation, poor institutional adjustment, and his poor performance while in community release. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Sadio, we were not able to find our way to grant you discretionary parole today. We see that you're approved for a halfway house for the Department of Corrections. So that's another option for you. Regardless, you're going to be getting out next year, one way or another. Okay? But for this process, for suitability for discretionary parole, we could not find you suitable today, okay?
All right.
Good luck to you, sir.
District the hearing for Kadeem Sadio and the number 371400. Good afternoon. Can I have your name, please?
William Menzelmacher.
Okay, give us 1 second. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri,
Member Keys.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
William Metzemacher, 387-869.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for William Metzemacher, inmate number 387-869. He is serving a total effective sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 7 years, followed by 5 years of probation for sale of narcotic substance, violation of probation, conveying unauthorized item into an institution. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 4th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Voices program and is currently participating in the MAC program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within a very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Montebaker, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. First, I'd like to start off by saying, I appreciate your time and consideration today. I've had 3.5 years to reflect on my life and actions, which I wholeheartedly regret. And there's not a day that goes by where I don't think about the tragic loss of Kayla Connors. She was a huge part of my life for half of my life. It destroys me to have lost her so soon. I'd give anything to have her back in our lives. I know I've taken total responsibility for this. If I could change the past, I would, but I can only change my future. If I'm given parole, I will never give another day of my life away. I'm going to cherish my life I have left. I have a plan to succeed because failure is no longer an option. I have an amazing support system behind me. I have all the tools I need. I've been in the MAP program. I go to MAP program groups. I attend NAAA meetings. I've finished Voices. I was taken off a high security status. I'm on a stable dose of methadone. I've been clean now 38 months. And I've never been more clear. I plan on going to school for a CNC machinist. I'll be working towards a real career, one I can be proud of. I know I will succeed. All I ask for is the opportunity to show how truly serious I am about change. I'm committed to living a new certain way. I'm truly optimistic for how good my life will be, so long as I stay clean and sober, sticking with my higher power, working the program. I also have a job working with my dad when the winter's over, so I humbly ask you to give me a chance at parole. I know I won't disappoint. I really am a good man. Yes, I have made bad choices because of my addiction. I'm going to commit myself in being the best man I can be. I hope you take me seriously and take a shot at my success. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement, Mr. Metzemacher. So what's going to happen now is we're going to take turns asking questions. And after that, we'll deliberate, talk about your case and give you an answer. The only thing I'm going to ask, sir, is that you said her name in the opening statement, and I didn't tell you before, so that, it's already, you said it. But we'll talk about the victim if we're going to mention that person and not use the name. Can you do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So the questions are going to start with my colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri. Thank you.
thank you. So, Mr. Metzemacher, I appreciate your opening statement, and I heard you express remorse for the victim. Incredibly tragic situation. Just
Absolutely.
so pointless, right?
Absolutely.
I know you're serving now. You were on probation at the time that offense was committed also. And you were on probation for conveying unauthorized drugs into the facility, right? You had Suboxone on you while you were in the facility?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And now your current offense is the sale of narcotics, but there's the underlying death of the victim.
Yeah.
Okay. And why were you selling drugs at the time?
I wasn't really selling drugs. I technically did, but I was really just maintaining a habit. I wasn't doing it to really come ahead or anything. I was doing it to really help somebody out, and that's like what it was. You know, somebody called me and I made a couple dollars, and it was the dumbest thing ever. But I was, supporting my own habit, really.
Okay, okay. So because I did read that you were on probation, you were struggling with probation, you started probation in July 2021, you were struggling with your substance abuse the whole time you were on, not going to treatment. They've made a few referrals.
Yeah.
Try to put your feet to the fire about going too.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's what's different now. I have a totally different mindset about it. That I've lost way too much to this drug stuff, and I'm so sick of it. I've spent, so much of my life using drugs, and it's just like that. I'm so much better of a person. I know I can, really succeed in life. I'm a smart guy. Like, I've just never never went up to my ability because the drugs always bringing me down. So, that's why I feel like, I've been, going to NA meetings and stuff like that. That really helps me. And I used to go on the street, but I just got complacent. I fell off.
Right. I was trying to go back through your files and figure out, did you have any long period or lengthy periods of time where you were able to maintain sobriety in the community?
I mean, I've had 6 months, a year, stuff like that. But mainly when I'm on probation, I do well for a little while, for a good while. But something always seems to happen in my life with that I fall back, and then. Once I get one dirty urine, probation is usually like, well, since it was a fentanyl or something like that, we're gonna violate you right now. So I pretty much got one opportunity a lot of the time. And
I'm going back through your files. I'm gonna have to challenge you on that a little bit. I'm looking at on this one violation, months of opportunities for you to get into treatment, participate in treatment, available places for you to go that you didn't show up for. So, I think that maybe in your mind at that time, you felt like there was no recourse with probation.
I mean, more there was previous times. The last time I did have a few opportunities, and I went to detox and whatnot.
Yeah.
But he told me I went too late, I guess. So that's what I went too late, and I completed it, but it was a day too late and a dollar short.
Okay, so let's move forward a little bit. So now you are participating in the MAP program while you're at the facility, and from what I'm hearing, that's going well?
Absolutely.
Okay, why do you think now is so different than when you were doing it in the community? Because you were not very successful with it while you were out.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. It's different now. Like I said, I've lost so much. I'm ready for a change. I'm ready for my life to be totally different, and I want to change it 100%. I don't want to just, I'm not going to do this halfway anymore. It's either all or nothing. And that's where I'm at right now in my life. I really want this change, and I want to be a better man so much more than I've ever wanted it.
Okay. Okay. I hear, I'm just going to stop you for a minute because I'm going to make sure that we're able to get through all our questions, because I hear you're wanting, so your desire is very strong and determined to remain sober in the community. With that in mind, so you score a 5 for your drug score, having been incarcerated before, that's the highest you can score in terms of risk for your substance abuse. So because of that, you were placed in the Tier 4 program, and you were there for about a week. And then they
Mhm.
removed you. Why did they remove you?
They removed me because, so they said I was getting high in the bathroom apparently, but that wasn't the case. I was in the bathroom and I had diarrhea and I was dry heaving because I had a leg infection. I had an infection on the back of my leg. And I was taking strong antibiotics. And so they assumed because I was dry heaving or whatever, that I was using K2 or whatever, which I've never used K2. And so at the same time, the counselors spoke to me. The officers searched me thoroughly, searched my bunk. I offered them a urine screen, all of that, and they said they believed me. They said, okay, we understand. And then that was two counselors, Mr. Asucha, and said that it was all okay. We were supposed to be good. And then the next day comes, another counselor came in and told me, like, since you were less than forthcoming, we're removing you from the program. And, I didn't even get a chance to explain myself, or like I said I would take a urine, anything. Like, I totally did not do anything. I did not use any drugs. I did not do, like, that's what really, that's what really, like, blew my mind, because I didn't do anything wrong. And I was so adamant about it. And I told it, like, I would do anything to prove it to him. And the other counselors, even the officers that was there, he said they believed in me. They searched me. They searched my bunk, everything. They
Okay.
found nothing on me,
Okay, so I mean, in the end, it's very unfortunate. It's
Yeah,
a program that you could really benefit from. But now you're going to NA, and how often do you go to NA?
Every week,
One time a week?
and Mondays,
Is there an opportunity to go more?
Do you have just a waiting list? I'm pretty sure you can only be on one because there's so many people that want to go. But that's I go as much as I can.
Okay, all right. And are you working right now?
I'm on the waiting list. I've been waiting for the last 4 months since I got to this facility. I've been on the waiting list.
Okay, you did have a job as a trade handler, and yet you had a very poor evaluation. They said you had a bad attitude. I know it goes back a couple of years. It goes back to July 2023. But what was that all about?
It was the whole thing with my high security jumper. I had it wearing it at my waist, and I guess that wasn't allowed I thought it was when I was working. It was really only one officer that I ever had an issue with. I'm not trying to justify my actions. I was wrong, but it was one officer I had a problem with, and that was, she seemed to not like me. I don't.
Well, let me ask you a question. So when they asked you, did you jump her up and wear it properly? Did you?
I did, yes.
Every time?
But she said every time. She said after, asking me, a different time, like a separate day or whatnot. When she came in, then she's like, "Oh, and that's the last straw," and then that's why I got fired from there.
Right. So your father has agreed to be your sponsor in the community. Have you thought about employment?
Yes, I've always worked. I enjoy working. My dad said, he'd be able to help me out working. Right when, because it's seasonal, and we paint houses and whatnot. So, right when the spring comes around, I'll be ready to go.
Okay. I did read that you've worked on and off with your father's painting. It seems to be a cash job, nothing really permanent. You're 33 years old now, so I'm wondering what your plan is to get a more permanent job, or if painting with your father can turn into a permanent job for you, something that's a little more steady, stable.
Yeah, no, 100%. I did work with my father full time a lot of the time, but there were times when I did work at Buffalo Wild Wings. I was working there full time. Let's see. I really always worked in, I've done a lot of restaurants, but,
Okay.
but I did want to say, in the wintertime, before I was able to go to work, you know, since I have a place to stay with my dad, I really wanted to pursue the CNC machinist and get a, you know, a certificate for that, so I can really work towards a real career, something that I can really like, you know, be able to have a family with, be able to have a real life with, rather than just, you know, little part-time jobs, you know,
Yeah,
something that's really, you know,
I
really
agree
well.
wholeheartedly. Being productive, having, you know, a stable job, it will provide you another avenue to maintain your sobriety. Have you been able to recognize what your relapse triggers are? You've mentioned a few times that you've had some shorter terms of sobriety in the community, but then you relapse. Things happen.
Yeah.
What triggers those relapses?
I would say, you know, if, you know, something bad happens in my life or something, it doesn't, I get complacent. I think like, oh, I'm doing so good right now. There's nothing that, you know, I could get high one time or something, you know, and then it becomes, you know, that one time. And then I'm like, oh, well, what's wrong with twice, you know, and it becomes like that. And, you know, it's foolish, and I know, and I just need to be a lot more vigilant, you know, and, you know, really just, I just really need to be, you know, I need to grow up, really. I've been, you know, I've just been acting like a kid for, you know, too long now. And
Okay. So I have a couple of notes that your relapse plan includes NAAA and the MAP program. What else do you think is important for you to do to maintain your sobriety?
well, to be on methadone too, on the street, they always make you do this, it's IOP classes. So like, if you don't have a job at the moment, they'll make you do, you know, 3 days a week, few hours at a time. So, and that's you know, to earn your take home bottles, to, you know, once you give them clean urines and all that stuff. So, you know, and so it's not only, I would have to do urines with the methadone, with parole, with, you know, all that. And I want that, you know, I need that over me right now, you know. That's, I don't think I don't need that. I know I need that. And it's, you know, it's where I want to be. I need the short leash right now, just so I can get like my feet and get my head, you know, planted, you know.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Mensermacher, I just wanted to talk about one thing that you said when you were speaking to my colleague. The first question, she said, you know, why were you selling drugs? You know, and that was the first start of this. And you said, well, I was just doing it to help someone out. Do you think you helped out the victim? I mean, does that sound?
No, absolutely not.
Do you think that's appropriate? Do you think that's appropriate to describe what you were doing that way? I mean,
no,
you didn't help. You didn't help
no.
the victim in this situation. You did not.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's, I wish that had never happened. It was a really foolish thing, and I can't, you know, do anything but grow and try to be better from there. I wish.
Well, all of those things that you said about regret and all those things about remorse, all those are all, you know, and you want to do better in the future. That's all great, but you know, referring to this as helping somebody is not. You know, I mean, this is not helping somebody, sir. What you were doing, you were not helpful to anybody by doing that, you know?
No.
And as you could see as the result of what happened, I mean, it's just, that can happen at any time. And I'm sure you have other friends. If you know people that are using fentanyl and heroin, you know that this happens, you know?
Yeah, no, that was a dumb way of putting it. I didn't mean it like that at all.
Yeah. It could just be a choice of words. You were trying to say that, you know, you're really not a drug dealer. You were selling drugs to support your own habit, right? Just to get by.
Exactly.
Okay. I understand what you meant, but the choice of words is just a little insensitive in this situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, and I loved that person. Like that was like, you know, I'd known her for half of my life, you know, and so that affects me, you know, to the core. Like it's gonna affect me for the rest of my life, and it's like something I wish I could take back every day, man.
What is her, do you know her family? Do you hear about her family and how they've had to deal with this?
Well, my uncle was married to her mother.
Okay, so this is someone that's a distant relative of yours in some way.
Yeah, by marriage, yeah.
So I'm sure it's been difficult for everybody that's been involved with this.
100%.
Yeah. All right, that's all I wanted to say. Pamela Keys?
Thank you.
I'm sorry about that choice of words too. I apologize. That wasn't meant that way at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sometimes things come out there, yeah, just a meeting to somebody else that is not the intent, and it's just the way it was worded.
It's nerves too, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so I know my colleague already mentioned this, but you want to release to your dad, and I'm just, and it's great that he wanted to have you back. I'm just wondering if you think that's the best place to support your sobriety, because I know you were there as well. So you're still struggling there. Do you think that is the best place to go to start out, or?
Well, I mean, my dad never was okay with me using. I was really doing it behind his back. He told me I can't stay there if I'm using, and that's always how it was. Anytime he got wind I was using, he would kick me out. And I was using the address. I wasn't there much because of the using. So I was staying elsewhere. He wouldn't let me be there when I'm using, because he's not about that, and he knows all the signs. He knows it's been so long, and I need my dad. My dad is my biggest support system. He's there for me 100%, and always has been, always will be.
I do have someone like that. That's great. I guess that's it for my questions. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna deliberate and talk about your case now. So you can listen, but please don't interrupt. And then when we're done, we're gonna give you our answer, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Member Smith, Mary.
Thank you. So Mr. Metzemacher, he, to start off, scores very high for restricted considered. The underlying incident involving the sale involved the death of a young woman that he knew. He was on probation at the time that occurred. And, my reading of the file was that he was really struggling with his substance abuse while on probation, not taking advantage of the referrals that were being made for him to address his relapse at the time. He does not have a very good track record of being on probation. He doesn't have any successes out of the 5 times. Had a number of disciplinary reports. Granted, the last one is 2 years ago. To his credit, things have changed in a more positive way for him. I'm glad he's participating in the MAP program, and he seems to see himself as benefiting from it. So that's another positive. And going to NA once a week. I guess what my biggest concern is that he has not done an addiction services program, that he was discharged or removed from the Tier 4 program. And without doing an addiction services program, I do not see how he could be suitable for discretionary parole. Just based on what his history is, it would be setting him up for failure in the community, in my opinion. I do appreciate that he has some support in the community, and has, I think, a goal of being a CNC machinist is certainly reasonable, and I would strongly encourage him to pursue that. But for our purposes today, I do not have Mr. Metzemacher suitable for discretionary parole.
Thank you. So as you mentioned, his release plan is realistic. He's got family support. He's talked about different things he wants to do, and it seems reasonable. But the programs are the issue. And you mentioned the violations of probation and his record of probation. I would also add that he's violated parole in the past. There's a technical violation of parole in here. It also concerns me. So I'm also not in favor of his discretionary parole today. Member Keys.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I agree. I really would love him to have a tier program. He had been at Tier 2 a while ago, but was for 1 month, but then was released, it sounded like, and then he was in tier 4 and obviously had the VR, so he was removed or the, the incident happened. So I really want him to have completed a tier program at least before he's released so that he, because it's a threat to him too, if he would go out and relapse and overdose, and I want to make sure as best as we could possibly that he's as prepared as possible, and then looking back at the community, like you said, they really seem to have been trying to work with him. They had beds available at times. We're trying to get him to go into the inpatient and, so, I was like, well, maybe we could do this in, community, but I want to, it doesn't seem like, we have evidence to at least suggest that that would be successful. So I think it'd be best for him to stay in it for a while. Hopefully he can get into a substance abuse program.
I think the tier 4 program would help him gain some greater insight.
Yeah.
Maybe get involved in CCAR, set himself up with a recovery coach before. I have those things in place as part of his release plan. The rest of his release plan sounds good, I had nature and circumstances, inadequate institutional program participation. And then I added this poor performance while on community release to cover probation and parole violations and his current violation of probation.
I agree with all of those. So I'm looking at his end of sentence date as 2029,
Right.
which is 4 years from now. Do we want to consider a rehear? And I was thinking 2 years, giving him an opportunity to do a tier 4, maybe apply to get into the aftercare, involve himself with CCAR.
Councilmember Keys,
I'm in favor of that.
you are? Okay, I'm gonna go on record and not be in favor, but we can move forward with that. Yes, for the same reasons, the nature and circumstances of this whole thing, his poor performance and community release in the past, but none of that really matters. We're gonna move forward with that. November of 2027.
November
And
2027.
addiction services program, no DRs. Anything else you want to add to that?
I think that's.
Do we want to say addiction services? Should we call that out?
And a
This-
strong relapse prevention plan,
Okay,
a little bit more detailed than AA and MAT.
yeah,
And I'm thinking that if he does tier 4, involves himself with CCAR, it will give him some
Yeah.
more avenues to
agree.
explore.
those things definitely will help him.
Yeah.
Okay, so in regards to William Metzermacher, inmate number 387869, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on the nature and circumstances of the current offense, inadequate institutional program participation, and poor performance while on community release. We're going to further move to rehear this case in November of 2027. The following recommendations: complete an addiction services program, receive no additional disciplinary reports, and develop a strong relapse prevention plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Metzermacher, did you hear all of that?
Yeah.
All right, so we really need you your substance abuse score is a 5 like we talked about, and we really need you to do a program so we can see that you've changed and that you're going to be good. You're going to be safe. Other people will be safe in the community. So we're gonna have you come back. All righty?
All right.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thanks.
This concludes the hearing for William Metzemacher, inmate number 387869. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel member Keys.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Taiwan Reed, 388-506.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Taiwan Reed, inmate number 388-506. He is serving a total effective sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 5 years in probation for possession with intent to sell, dispense narcotics, and 2 counts of criminal possession of a firearm, ammo, and defense weapon. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of April 29, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed a New Thoughts program and is currently participating in the Voices in Tier 4 program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk recidivism. Mr. Reed, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Since being incarcerated, I learned to hold myself accountable, not only for the crimes I was convicted of, but for the tickets I received while serving my sentence. By holding myself accountable, I was able to understand that I was the problem. Identifying this helped me to understand some of the things that I needed to work on. Programs that I've done, such as New Thoughts, Voices in Tier 2, helped me to do this. I learned to focus on the things that matter and not the distractions, because the distraction takes your focus off the things that matter. My plan upon reentry is to get employed by focusing on companies that hire felons. I plan to enroll myself in school to get CDL certified. While in society, I plan on doing personal therapy because I acknowledge that I need help. While incarcerated, I received a TBI, which has affected me in many ways. By learning about my injury, I was able to understand why I was acting the way I was and doing the things I was doing, which helped me to cope with things in a better way. I am not the same person I was upon being incarcerated, and for this reason, I hope to be granted parole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Reed. So you did a good job in your opening statement. Just keep in mind now, this is being broadcast live and other people can watch it. So we did read through all of the files and we've seen the documents that you submitted to us. So we are very aware of your medical conditions. So, you know, it's not the kind of information you probably want to just put out there, you know, so I'm going to caution you, we do know about the situation and we are familiar with it. You don't need to continue to talk about it, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. So you said you're not the same person as you are today, right? As you were when you came in?
Yes.
So just before I start with my questions, I just want to let you know that we're going to take turns asking questions. When we're done with that, we're going to deliberate and then we'll give you the answers. We'll give you our answer today. I'm going to start with the questions, okay?
Yes.
All right. So how have you changed the most? You say you're not the same person as you were when you came in. How have you changed?
I changed by thinking more and not reacting and paying attention to the things I am doing and controlling myself as far as my anger, working on my anger and working on how I'm handling things.
Okay. Do you think that you were impulsive before?
Yes, I do.
So when I read through the report, it said that you had pulled out a handgun on a relative of yours. Is that true? Close relative of yours?
Yes.
Why? Do you know why you did that? Did you think about why you've been incarcerated? Why you would do something like that? This is a person that cares about you, supports you, right? A friend, you know,
Yes.
a strong, close family member.
Yes, I understand now. I do take accountability for that. I don't know why I did it. When I was home, I was in the right state of mind and I was abusing pills. And I am regretful for it, although that does not change anything.
Have you apologized to that person?
Yes,
You said you were using substances? Is that what you said?
yes.
What substances were you using during that time?
I was using ecstasy, Percocets, marijuana, alcohol.
Why did you think you needed to carry a gun in the first place? Why did you have it?
Um, to be honest, I really don't know. It just kind of the environment I am, which I put myself, the people I'm around, and that's why I was carrying it.
Were people after you, you think?
I didn't know who did what to me, or I didn't know nothing. I just know like I had an injury and I didn't know what happened, so I carried it to protect me.
Okay. You felt unsafe sometimes?
Yes.
You still feel unsafe? Like if you were released today, would you feel unsafe in the community?
No, because like I said in my opening statement, I do wish to undergo therapy, get some counseling, and I wouldn't put myself in the same environment around the same people. I'm planning on doing things different as far as working and stuff, which I'll be able to network with different kind of people and therefore do different kind of things.
Okay, that's good. So you talked about how you've changed and, you know, a lot about how you want to do things different and everything. But when I look at your disciplinary report while you're incarcerated, I see a different story. You have 15 disciplinary reports. That's a lot.
Yes, it is.
And in as recent as June, and we're in November, so in June you had a fighting disciplinary report. What happened in June? Do you remember?
Yes, in June, another incarcerated individual began swinging on me, hitting me, and I just had to protect myself. And there was a lot going on.
Why do you think he was swinging on you?
Because the people I surrounded myself around, they had something going on, and he felt as though since I'm this person's friend, that he should do something to me.
Okay. You were friends with someone that he didn't like, and so he kind of associated with the other person that he had a problem with.
Yes.
Are you still friends with those same people incarcerated, the people that he had a problem with?
No, it was more so like somebody I talked to in the block. I wouldn't say we was. I would say that person was someone I was associated with, but it wasn't really a friend.
Are you still associated with that person? Oh, that's what I'm saying. Do you still see that person
No.
around or no? No? Okay.
No.
So you've gone from June until now without a DR, so that's pretty good. You put together at least 5 months. I mean, you have 70 over your entire incarceration, so it's like 76 DRs. It's a lot. And then 15 this time. But
Yes.
how have you managed to go since June until now without any DRs? How have you done that?
By paying attention to the things that matter. And if you can see my DR before June, I didn't receive a ticket before that from, I believe my last ticket before that was July 2024, although I caught a ticket June 2025. So I have been more focused on me and not on friendships or I just been more focused on my religion, doing these programs and get myself together and get myself on track.
Alrighty, you took the New Thoughts program, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you learned in that program?
I learned how I learned about our behaviors, such as it stuck out to me a video that was played where somebody walked in a room and the other people was acting, but every time they heard a sound, they stood up. And the person that wasn't an actor was just looking at him like, why is he doing that? But because everybody else was standing up, that person began to stand up every time they heard the sound, just to do what other people was doing. So that stuck out to me. So that showed me, it goes with the saying, you are who you hang around, meaning whatever the people doing around you is more so you gonna end up doing it too. And that's something I learned from that program.
Were people that you were hanging around with out in the community, were they also carrying guns?
Not all of them, but some of them, yes.
So amongst your group of friends and peers, it was acceptable. It was okay for you to carry a gun?
Yes. Yes.
Now you're in the Tier 4 program now, right?
Yes, I am.
How is that going? Can you tell us how you're doing?
I'm doing great. When I first coming in, I didn't really know if I was going to be able to make it because so many people get kicked out of the program for not being able to work on and control themselves. But the Tier 4 has taught me a lot. It really have. I do everything that needs to be done. I participate in a community. I was more so not antisocial, but I was selective. I'm trying to be more open and outgoing. And Tier 4 had forced me to look into myself and to work on myself.
Okay. So I just want to take a quick look at your criminal history. You have other weapons charges before. I see a weapons in an institution charge. It was a while back. Must have been while you were in prison. And then you had a robbery charge, but that was a long time ago. How do you feel about guns going forward when you get out?
I feel as though I don't need a gun. What do I need a gun for? I don't plan on surrounding myself with people who live that type of lifestyle and do them type of things as far as toting guns. I plan on building new bonds and associating with totally different people and being around a different environment where it's not okay to do them type of things as far as toting guns.
All right. So what's your release plan? Where do you want to go to when you get out? Your girlfriend's house?
Yes, I would like to go to my girlfriend's house because I feel like she's always been positive. She always tried to keep me away from the streets, but being the type of person that I was, I didn't listen. I wish I had, but if I can't go to my girlfriend's house, I would be going to the halfway house because either way, I got the same plans and I'll be doing the same things no matter where I'm at.
Okay. So The town where your girlfriend lives at, is it the same town that you were arrested in? For all these crimes
Yes.
took place?
Yes, it's the same time, but a different area.
It's a different neighborhood. You feel comfortable that it's far enough away from where your old friends and and associates were?
Yes.
Yeah, you won't fall back into that trap.
No, I won't.
All right, those are the only questions I have, sir. I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say. Councilmember Keys?
I don't have any questions. That's it. Thank you.
All right,
Councilmember
thank you.
Smith Palmieri.
No, I don't.
Okay, Mr. Reed, we're done with the questions. So we're going to discuss your case. You can listen. Don't interrupt. And then when we're done, we'll come back and give you our answer, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Reed is here for possession of narcotics with intent to sell, and it looks like 2 counts of criminal possession of a firearm. It occurred on the same day, according to my records. So anyway, he's here. He rates very high for risk to recidivate. He has completed a New Thoughts program, which was good. He talked about what he learned in that. And he's currently in, looks like Voices and Tier 4, so doing some good programming. He's not completing Tier 4, according to my records, until March of next year. So that's one of the longer programs we're about. But he's received 15 disciplinary reports, so he does talk about changing, but as recently as June, he was involved in a physical altercation and then some other stuff. As he indicated, he had 2 in June, and to his credit, it was almost a whole year before that, before he had another one. So, but you know, for me, I really need to see him finish these programs. You know, so I did not have him going to discretionary parole today because of the program participation, the poor institutional adjustment, and then also his poor performance. It looks like he was on parole at the time, according to my records, when this happened. But his poor performance on community release, he's had some other trouble too. He's never been successful. He's had 4 failures on supervision in the past. But you know, based on what I heard today from him and some of the insight and his willingness to do the programs, I would be open to discussing with the 2 of you on the potential of having him come back. I don't know. What are you thinking?
Minimally a year.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs some time with no DRs. I need to see some space, you know?
Yeah, so June 2026 gives him a year with no disciplinary reports, but that only puts him about 3 months past completing Tier 4.
Yeah, he may be able to get into aftercare, and sometimes Tier 4, I've seen it get extended.
So what would you think about January 2027?
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that I have June written down here, but he did well answering my questions today and explaining what he wants to do and support from his girlfriend. And
You want to do June 2026?
no, I don't think that's long enough. I really don't. Yeah, I had June 2027 written down.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so I'm
Okay.
giving him 6 months credit based on how he performed today. Yeah. So he said some good things. You know, he's got support of his girlfriend. He sounds like he knows what he has to do. Yeah, I think he just needs to get the programming done, put together a stretch of no DRs to prove so he can stay within the rules, you know?
Yeah.
We okay with this?
Yes.
And I had poor institutional adjustment, poor performance on community release, and inadequate program participation. Okay, in regards to Taiwan Reed, inmate 388506, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his poor institutional adjustment, his inadequate institutional program participation, and poor performance while on community release. I further move to rehear this case in January of 2027. The following recommendations: a complete positive programs and no further disciplinary reports. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Reed, you hear that?
Yes.
We think you're on the right track. We hear some good things from you. You got to complete these programs, and we're going to give you a second chance at this in January of 2027. It's just a little over a year from now. So work on these programs. You got to come back with no disciplinary reports. I know it's not going to be easy, but you're going to have to put together a longer stretch for us, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Taiwan Reed, inmate number 3885. 506. Good afternoon. Could I have your name, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Louis Rivera.
All right, Mr. Rivera, just give us a couple minutes, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, or excuse me, good afternoon.
Good
We are
afternoon.
going to resume. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith O'Mary.
Panel Keys.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Louis Rivera, 393519.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Luis Rivera, inmate number 393519. He is serving a total effective sentence of 8 years, followed by 5 years of special parole for conspiracy of assault first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 21, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed to show the offender has completed the anger management, voices, and tier 2 programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Rivera, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm gonna read a short letter. To the honorable members of the parole board, I am writing this letter respectfully request your consideration for parole. I was sentenced to 8 years, 5 years special. I have now completed 6 years of that sentence. During this time, I have the opportunity to reflect deeply on the mistakes that led me here. I take full responsibility and accountability for my actions. I understand the harm, pain, and disappointment I have been for those around me. I want to apologize to the victim family, my family, the community, and those affected by my behavior. And for this, I am truly remorseful. Throughout these past 6 years, I have made every effort to change and grow as a person. I have participated in programs such as anger management, tier 2, and voices in aftercare. All these programs have helped me understand the importance of accountability, patience, and making positive decisions. I have worked a 7-day job as a teamer for 2 years, but now I work as a special detail worker that showed me how to operate machinery like lawnmowers, weed whackers, and leaf blowers. I volunteer around the facility for different jobs that taught me responsibility and discipline. I have maintained a close relationship with my family who continue to support me and are ready to help me transition back to society. Upon my release, I have a stable home to return to and a plan to obtain my GED, employment through job plans, training, or skills I learned. My focus is to live a productive, law-abiding life and contribute positively to the community. I understand that parole is not a right, but a privilege earned consistently through effort and genuine change. I assure the board that if given the opportunity, I will honor every condition of my release and prove through my actions that I am ready to be a responsible and trustworthy member of society. Thank you for your time and considering my request. I am truly grateful for this chance to demonstrate the progress I have made and commitment to living differently moving forward.
Thank you very much for your opening statement, Mr. Rivera. What's going to happen now is we're going to take turns asking questions. And then when we're done, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate and give you an answer, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, my colleague, panel member Keys, is going to start with the questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opening statement. I am going to take notes, so if you see me kind of writing notes, just because I don't want to misrepresent anything that you've said, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
But so thank you again for the opening statement. You said that you've had the 6 years to reflect on your mistakes and everything. Can you tell us about the mistakes that you've learned and the things you could have done differently?
I think not surrounding myself with negativity and you know, like negative people that didn't want me to do good, and just surround myself with positivity, you know.
Okay, that's definitely good. The offense, the crime that you're here for, could you tell us what happened that night? Or Dick?
Yeah, there was an altercation that occurred on the corner of Franklin and Elliott Street, and we went to go check it out. When we went there, it was people fighting, you know. It was like an altercation. A car came. I knew the person that was in the car. I jumped in the car, and then we followed somebody up the street. And when we got to the corner of Elliott and Weathersfield, I decided to get out the car And then the guy that was on the bike pursued to go towards East Elliott Project, but then kind of like went behind Buckley High School, and that's where he fell. And then we went to go try to like see what was going on. And when I got there, I seen that he could hardly move. I kind of panicked and I ran off.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just wanted to, again, to just get it correct. So you're saying, you know, I know you do have a habeas filed, obviously that's still the case, but you're saying that you were not part of shooting the victim. I mean, part of it, and I mean, you know, it's understood that you were not the shooter, but you're saying that you were not involved in the shooting directly.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in the shooting at all. But you know, I gotta take accountability for my actions, and I think my part was being in the car when I known I shouldn't have been in the car.
Why shouldn't you have been in the car? Without knowing yet what was gonna happen, why do you now think you should have made the decision not to go in the car?
Because I should have just listened to myself. Like a lot of people told me that 9 out of 10, when you listen to your own intuition or a gut feeling, that's probably the best decision you can make. So I figured that, you know, me not doing that and not listening to myself, I think that's why, you know, I say that I should have just, you know, listened to my intuition, and I should have never got in the car.
And the shooter did come out of the car, right?
At that time, no.
So, okay. Because there is video that shows car kind of chasing down the guy on the bicycle, the male getting out of the car, female getting out of the car,
Yes,
pursuing
ma'am.
the guy on the bicycle who's just riding away.
Yes, ma'am.
The male hands the female something. She raises her arm up as if shooting, but you're saying you were not part of that part. You were in the car, but you're not the male that got out of the car. Or
No,
handed a gun.
I got out the car and
Okay.
I handed a female an object, but it was my phone. And I heard that she went to court and, you know, her case got dismissed. They were telling me it was an object. So
Why would you hand her your phone?
Because the pockets that I had on my shorts, they were too small. So if I decided to run, everything would have just fell on the ground.
I guess her pockets would be short too, though.
I think she had jeans or something, cargo shorts.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you going through that with me. So you were just sentenced for the crime in November, I guess. You weren't sentenced until November 2022. You've been in since August 2019. So you have taken some programs, like you said, you completed tier 2, and you said you completed, I have you were participating in intensive aftercare, but because of a facility transfer, I guess, were you then no longer participating in that? Is that right?
No, they had put aftercare on hold, and they told me, they told me they was gonna notify me when it was back up and running, and I still haven't heard nothing yet.
What did you learn in tier 2 that you think will be helpful when you're in the community again?
Taking accountability for my addiction, you know, knowing that you have an addiction, and just, you know, it's not bad for asking for help. You know, a lot of people think that it's wrong, you know, to go up and ask for help, but you know, it's good to have help, ask for help, and, you know, have positive people that will push you to do good.
Right. Yeah, I think it's much better to ask for help, and it gives people an opportunity to support someone too that they care about. It makes them feel good too. So they'd rather certainly help you when the opportunity's there than after the fact when it's gone too far. Are you attending any of the voluntary programs like AA or NA?
Not at the moment.
Have you, since you were in this time? Or no?
Yeah, since I've been this time. No, not at the moment since I've been in this time.
Why'd you stop?
I haven't taken NA or AA since I've been down. I just recently heard about that now, and
Not since you were in Colorado?
yeah, I didn't know they had those kind of groups here.
What's your main goal? Like, what do you think is the biggest thing you need to work on to make sure that you live the life you want to live? Like, you need to be most committed to?
Well, I want to get my GED so I can celebrate it with my family. I want to go home and finish my culinary art, get certified in that, and then I would like to just go for my CDLs and just, I don't know, just stay with family. That's it.
Do you say therapy? Is that the last thing you said? What the last thing you said?
No, spend time with family.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Which can be therapeutic or it can be the reason you end up in therapy. I'm not talking about your family. I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
So I didn't hear though you mentioned sobriety. How important do you think sobriety is to your reaching your goals?
I think me staying sober, away from weed or alcohol or anything like that, it is going to impact my life in a better way. Because a lot of the times I was under the influence, and not using that as an excuse, because it's not an excuse, but you know, a lot of the times that will kind of like blur your vision from doing the right thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think even if it's not like necessarily an addiction, it can just distract from what you want to do when it's, you're not going to be thinking of the clearest mind, and you really need to, right, stay committed, stay focused.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you discuss what you learned in Voices and how you connect it to the crime that you're associated with?
So Voices kind of taught me how a victim thinks and feel after a crime is done. So it kind of just gave me like input from two different perspectives. Okay. And I also learned that there's no such thing as a victimless crime.
How do you think, so the shooter, I guess, did not really, I think they served some pre-sentence time, or, when they were pending trial, I think they were in, and now you're in, but saying that you weren't actually really involved with the shooting. And I believe the driver is out. How do you think the family feels about all of that? Having taken Voices.
I mean, I don't know how would they feel, because I know that's a plague that's weighing on them. And honestly, I would apologize. I know it's not really the best, but it put me like in a position where I could try to understand what they're going through, and that's all I could really say about that.
Okay, thank you. For your work, so I know you were talking about working 7 days a week, your prior job for about 2 years, but now you're working, learning machinery and everything. You have an outside detail job, right?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
And what, you briefly mentioned it in your opening, but can you tell us a little bit more about the work you're doing?
So
and where you go?
Special detail. What we do for work is Mondays, we'll grab like a couple carts and we'll bring every building their supplies and their, the tissue, stuff like that. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll be cutting grass around the facility.
Okay. Nice. You have to have trust. They obviously put some trust into you to allow you to be outside the building and to do that work, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How'd that feel when you were given that trust?
It feels good. It feels good. It feels like I'm on the right path and I'm on the right track.
Yeah. Let's see. you talked about, you acknowledged some that at times, and this is true for many of us, but if you acknowledge at times struggling with anger, but also shared that you have some new strategies that you've learned in anger management and how you've applied those. However, you also did say that if someone puts their hands on you first, that you're going to fight back. And I understand that mindset, but can you think about other ways that you can handle that? And first, I guess, tell us about the strategies you have learned and if you applied them, but can you think of a way to avoid that situation or what you can do even if someone hits you, just to, you don't have to protect yourself. You have to, you know what I mean, to keep yourself out of prison. You have a record, so in your home, you really have to work, unfortunately, extra hard, I think, to keep yourself home. So what can you do to help yourself? If some crazy person comes up to you and they're just acting a fool and they're just starting stuff, you've got to.
It's kind of hard to walk away, but I think this time I will walk away and kind of not give the situation any energy or any kind of like attention, and I will apply what I learned in anger management, breathe in and out, put music on, or kind of like just find something else to kind of like distract me and kind of use my anger in a positive way than really being negative.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Can you talk about your release plan? What are your plans on leaving?
So my release plan will be going home, getting my GED so I can celebrate it with my family so they can know that, I have changed. I want to be able to finish my culinary art. I was taking that when I was home, Manchester Community Kitchen. So I would like to get my certification for that. And probably get my CDLs or even probably do something like I do now for special detail, cut grass and stuff like that. Cause not gonna lie, I kind of like it. Kind of like, the hard work, the hard labor.
You get to see the results immediately of your hard work, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's nice. And your relapse prevention plan?
Now relapse, I will go home and try to get as much help as I can. Probably, see a therapist and go to kind of groups where people have kind of been through the same problems or issues as I have, so I can learn off of them. Because I know people can learn from each other.
Yep. Good. Okay, I appreciate that. Might be. You had 3 DRs, but your most recent, actually all 3. Your most recent, all 3, yeah. All 3 were in September 2021. Okay, and that was, an all for security tampering for using someone else's PIN or tablet or something. So, okay, that's good. You want to sponsor your mom in Hartford? All right, I think that's all. Oh, you said you have no job offers, but you hope you can work with your friend driving trucks in his business, but you need your CDL first. Can you start with that as some sort of supportive role, like helping to empty and load the trucks and while you're working on a CDL or something? Okay. All right, I think that's all I have for questions. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it. That's it, sir, Chair. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Smith Palmieri?
I don't.
Okay, I just have one question. Ms. Rivera, were you drinking the day of this incident before this happened?
Yes, sir.
You were drinking, okay. I think that's all the questions we have, sir. We're gonna talk about your case. And then we're gonna give you the answers shortly. During this time, you can listen, please don't interrupt.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Keys.
Yeah. A little tough one. It's a very serious crime, very, very serious. And I am troubled at the lack of in my perspective, full accountability for this role. There is video surveillance. So I am very troubled by that. I get a sense, or I understand that the alleged shooter did not end up being held accountable and the driver is out early. So I think there's a little resentment there that maybe it's contributing to mindset, but that's not my role to determine. So that does trouble me. But I will say he has minimal DRs more than 2 years ago, and it was minor. He's completed programming. I would have liked to have heard more of a relapse prevention plan. You know, I asked what his sole focus, you know, his primary focus, primary goal. I was hoping to hear sobriety, and it was not mentioned, although the things he did mention are all very good things, but that was not mentioned. But he has completed tier 2, voices, anger management, worked on his OAP. The outside clearance is wonderful. That says a lot about the facility, in my opinion, and the trust they put on him. So I'd like to hear from my colleagues on your perspectives.
So I share the concern about, you know, that his explanation and what we've read about, there is some discrepancies there. Putting that aside, he has served 6 years so far. He does score moderate for risk to recidivate. I like the programs that he's taken. I think they do address his risk and his need factors that have been put out through the risk assessment. The DRs do go back a ways, which I think shows, you know, that offender change. She is 33 years old, and this is how we'd like to see him thinking. I think the outside clearance job speaks to his responsibility at the facility. The fact that he's had it for a little while now. He's got support in the community, including a plan and some goals. I was troubled by the short amount of time from his discharge to this new offense.
9 days, I'd say.
Yeah, so that was very concerning. I am going to balance that a little bit with the fact that he's now been incarcerated for some years. So I was on the fence, but after I thought Mr. Rivera presented well today. So I was thoughtful in his responses and forthright with respect to what he learned from the programs, how he sees things going for him forward. I don't see any violence in his history. He's got some larceny, burglary, thirds of another sale charge. Does have the violation of probations. But I would be willing to give him an opportunity of discretionary parole.
I agree. Ellen Keys?
Excellent. Yep.
Okay. Let's talk about what we're gonna do for steps. I think we should add there's no alcohol. He said he was drinking that day. Does appear to be some alcohol situation in the past. And then I don't know, how do you feel about anger management in the community?
I had anger management.
Me too.
And something that would be.
You okay?
Sure. I didn't have that.
Some
But
advanced, some advanced anger management in the community and how to deal with stressful situations when they arise. And then how about these two codependents? I understand their legal situations are different or whatever, but that doesn't change the fact that he probably shouldn't be around these people.
right.
With both of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce that first name, do you think?
Sorry?
Tiashari?
Sorry.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what date do we have? I didn't say 22nd, but I don't know if that's right.
May 21st, 26th.
Okay, 5/21. Okay, just make sure we have all our information correct here. Okay, so are we ready to make a motion?
How about the victim?
Yeah, I thought their family.
The family of the victim?
Yeah, family of the victim.
JLA? Okay. That's fine. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay. In regards to Luis Rivera, inmate number 393519, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date of May 21st, 2026, following stipulations in addition to the standard parole conditions. No alcohol consumption, community-based behavior management for anger management, no contact with co-defendants, Cynthia Cruz and Tiashiri Osorio, and no contact with the family of the victim, JLA. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Rivera, you've been granted discretionary parole. Did you hear all of that?
Yes, sir.
All right, we wish you the best of luck. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
This concludes the hearing for Luis Rivera, inmate number 393519. Sir, can I have your name, please?
Frank Harris?
Okay.
Frank.
Okay, we're going back to you, right, Deb?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Yep, we're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunphy. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sadauskas.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel Member Keys.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Frank Harris, 424-950.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Frank Harris, inmate number 424950. He is serving a total effective sentence of 5 years, execution suspended after 3, followed by 3,249 days of probation for threatening first, violation of probation with underlying charges of burglary first, assault with a weapon, criminal mischief second. Additionally, a violation of probation with underlying charge of illegal sexual contact and coercion. As of today, record reflects the parole eligibility date of May 17, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has it shows the offender has completed the domestic violence and tier 2 programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within a very high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the Statute 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within a low to moderate range. Mr. Harris, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right, thank you. I wrote a letter.
You can go ahead and read it, sir.
All right. First and foremost, to the honorable members of the parole board, I want to thank you for the opportunity to have the privilege of being considered for parole. I understand the privilege that is being afforded to me on this day, as well as the importance of this moment, and I stand before you patient, humble, and full of respect. I've been incarcerated for 2 years. More than half my sentence for a heated verbal argument. Nobody physically got hurt, just words of anger and miscommunication and an argument about deceit and infidelity that could have been handled differently. If only at the time I would have never reacted with my emotions and pride. Just walk away and say less than necessary. I take full responsibility, ownership, and accountability for my actions. I humbly apologize and acknowledge the negative effects these actions had on the victim, the community, my family, and as well as myself. I've grown mentally and spiritually. Being incarcerated helped me find patience in life, remind me to be humble, and most importantly, always be kind to others. I'm ready and committed to live a legal, peaceful life, obey the law, follow the rules and stipulations on parole to show and prove that granting me parole was a fair second chance for me to be back early into community, work hard to change my mindset, my behavior, and the way I approach life. Utilize what I learned throughout this journey to help keep me away from incarceration and avoid any other negative situations. My goals and promises are to be a productive individual in society, show love and help the youth, maintain occupation, build my credit, enroll back in school for management classes, and build a foundation, reach a party as soon as possible, and take care of my family. I have done a lot of reflecting on my life, my choices, and the man I want to be moving forward. In closing, I hope I have clearly illustrated my gratitude for the board, my accountability for my actions, positive decisions, and direction of change, and the creation of a positive foundation in my life due to my support system. I take full ownership for my past, but I'm no longer that person anymore. I learn from my mistakes and overcome them and ready to prove through my actions I've changed. If given another chance, I'm committed to doing right, keeping my faith first, and living in a way that honors the second opportunity I've been blessed with. Thank you respectfully, Mr.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Harris. So what's going to happen today is we're going to take turns asking questions. When we're done, we're going to deliberate and talk about your case and then give you an answer, okay?
Appreciate you guys.
Okay, so my colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri is going to start with the questions this afternoon.
Thank you. So, Mr. Harris, I appreciate that opening statement, although I do have some questions. I think that, you've taken some good programs. You articulated what you got from some of those programs. But I'm very concerned with this new offense you have. I see that the violations of probation, they primarily stem from the new arrest, and then you weren't attending substance abuse treatment. But this new arrest, this violation, this threatening, there's an allegation that there was a firearm involved. So can you talk about that incident for me?
Yes, the incident was, it was a verbal argument. It was a heated, intense argument about having an affair, with my partner having an affair, and she revealed that to me. And I was just in my feelings and my emotion at the time of what she was revealing to me. And I just lost my cool and was saying hurtful words. I never threatened her. It was just miscommunicated on what was said.
What do you mean by it was miscommunicated? What was miscommunicated?
About me threatening her. We were just arguing and I was saying hurtful words to her during the argument.
Did you have a firearm?
No, ma'am.
Why would she say that you put a firearm to her stomach?
I don't know, man. I guess she was like made a rational decision in the moment, and she just was mad at me too.
That's a very serious allegation. I mean, she could say so many other things, but to say you had a firearm and you threatened, you put it to her stomach.
I understand. It was really bonkers. It was really a crazy allegation, but.
Yeah. And did you break into her apartment?
No, I had a key to her apartment.
But you were not welcome at her apartment. You were not living there. You were not invited.
No, she let me in. She invited me to come in. And the reason why I said it was miscommunicated, ma'am, because during going to court, she recanted her story and admitted and telling the truth that what really happened, I didn't threaten her and I didn't break into the house. That's why I said it was miscommunicated on what was said verbally.
Oh, okay, so our information says that the victim says you came into her bedroom and she was in bed. So there's no indication there that she opened the door and let you in. So what you're saying is that's miscommunicated.
No, I'm saying that she made a false report, man. Like she said it on record. She said that I didn't break into her house. I didn't have a firearm. She just said that during the heated moment of the statement.
Okay. Was there a protective order in place?
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
Does the victim had an active order of protection in place against you?
Yes.
So you guys must have had an argument prior to that the court was involved and there was an order of protection in place. Does that sound familiar?
Oh yeah, yes, it does sound familiar. I remember.
Okay. Do you have any contact with that victim now?
No.
No.
I don't. My mom and them, they have a positive relationship. They still talk from here and there, but I don't talk to her.
Do you intend to continue a relationship with her when you're back in home?
Oh no, ma'am. I got love for her and I respect her and I send my blessings, but to return to be back where in a relationship, no.
So you were on probation when you were arrested on these new charges, for burglary first, assault second with a weapon, criminal mischief, sexual assault, and a coercion charge. And the basis of the violation is one, the new arrest, and two, that you weren't going to substance abuse and mental health treatment. So why didn't you want to go to treatment?
I was going to treatment. That was actually an issue that I brought up to my probation officer. I don't know why they wasn't putting down my attendance, but I definitely was attending my programs when I was in the community.
All right, so they do say that you were attending the sex offender treatment program, that you had good attendance and that you were engaged in treatment. But it sounds to me like probation was also expecting that you would attend a separate treatment from there for substance abuse treatment, because they said you missed 17 sessions. Does that
Yes.
sound right?
Yes, I remember them. I remember my PO saying that, but I never missed 17 sessions. Like,
Not of sex offender treatment, but other treatment.
no, I'm talking about the MCCA. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. All right. Were you going to MCCA at all?
Yes, at first, before it was a one-on-one therapist, it was a group therapist. Like, it was a group of us, and then I completed that, and then they put me in a one-on-one. I forgot of his name. I think it was Chris, his name, but I was definitely attending. I actually liked him, so that's how I knew I was going. I was attending my program there.
Okay. So while you're in the community, I also have a notation that you were working.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have 2 jobs?
I had 3, but I had my splash car wash job for the longest.
So you're working 2 jobs, you're going to treatment, and then I don't know how you found time to get arrested again.
Yeah, I know, man. It was just a relationship thing, just argument, just not using the skills that I have now to like avoid what I was going through.
Okay, so you have these new skills. Tell me how you handle that situation in the future.
Oh, I would definitely be calm and cool and collective, communicate. Because when you communicate, you hear both sides, and it'll decrease the percentage of domestic violence if you just take the time to communicate instead of being hostile and using your emotions and, saying, always trying to be right. I'll walk away, or I'll do anything I have to do to just avoid being in the situation again.
Well, those are all important factors. When you're in a relationship, communication, we hear that all the time. Walking away, giving yourself a timeout. So it does sound like you got some important information from that program. I also see that you took the tier program. So you finished that last year. Do you think it was helpful?
Yes, I do think I actually learned extra things about tier 2, like about addiction and how it's important to really want to change for yourself and to have the willpower and to be strong upstairs to avoid taking drugs and doing drugs. And if you don't want to change, it's going to be hard to change.
Okay. Do you think you want to change your lifestyle?
Yes, I do. I'm tired of being incarcerated. I'm not who they say I am on paper. I feel like I advance more. I'm more aware. I'm non-judgmental. I'm a better me. This is the better me I can say, to be honest. Because I've been through the trials and tribulations, everything I've been through. I had nothing but 2 years to just sit down and just think about, everything I've been through and what I want to be.
Do you think using drugs affects you in a negative way in the community? Did it contribute to this new arrest?
No, I wouldn't say no. Not during the arrest, no.
So you weren't using marijuana or alcohol when you got arrested this time?
Not during the arrest.
All right, that's good. All right. You had a job at the facility that you lost the job for a disciplinary report.
Yes, ma'am. I had got an intoxication ticket for marijuana.
Okay, and that was after you completed the tier 2 program. Am I correct?
No, I completed the tier 2 program last year, man. I had got the intoxication ticket this year in May.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So you finished the tier 2 program in 2024, and then in 2025, you got this intox ticket.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
Okay. So let's think about that ticket. And having already done a substance use program, what went wrong there?
I just slipped up and relapsed because my brother died, and I know it's no excuse to, smoke marijuana while incarcerated, but I just was stressed at the time. I'm already in jail, so it's like, there was just a lot going on. So that's really my honest answer.
I do want you to be honest. I mean, it makes sense. However, what the program is, we're hoping that you're able to use those skills when you have those stressful moments, those life-altering moments. You can rely on what you learned in the programs. It's all right. And because you have 3 disciplinary reports, that one's the most recent from May 2025. You have a release plan to live with your mother, right? She has agreed to be your sponsor. And what about employment?
I got a couple good job offers just waiting for me. If I get granted parole, I got a box trucking opportunity, a garbage truck opportunity, a landscape opportunity.
Okay. So as they say, you have a few irons in the fire, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Harris, thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, too.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Harris, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the burglary. It's listed on your charges here. I know it's from 2017, but you were on violation of probation, I guess, for these things, so they're still included. And this was long ago, but you went into this apartment or this house where these 2 people were at, armed with, it looks like someone had a knife and the other person had a hammer. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, according to my notes, you just went there to fight them, but what I read in the report is that you guys were saying, give it up. Were you trying to get them to give you something?
No, we wasn't gonna give up to nothing. We was going there to me and my older brother, which was my co-defendant.
Yeah.
We was going there because we had problems with other kids in the high school. Well,
Yeah.
I was getting bullied. He was my older brother. He was just protecting me. But we went to the house to basically diffuse the bad energy between me and his nephews, and they was being hostile, and they didn't want it to really diffuse the situation. So it just took it from here.
Going with a knife and a hammer, that's not helpful to diffusing things, that's for sure. But according to them, in the reports and everything I read, it sounded more like a robbery, than a fight. It sounded like you guys were saying, give it up, like you were trying to steal. Were you trying to steal drugs from them or money?
No, we was trying to steal nothing. I was trying to steal nothing, sir. I actually picked up the hammer from their residence to protect
you got it there. Okay.
Yeah, but during the altercation.
Okay. All right, that's all I really had, sir. Let's see if my colleague, Member Keys has anything.
Thank you. I also want to, my colleague talked about the instant offense. I also want to touch briefly on the underlines. So again, they were a while ago. They were in 2017 for the burglary, which occurred December 1st, 2017. You say you were picked on, which you just again said, because you weren't from that town. For the illegal sexual contact and coercion, which was January 2017, earlier that same year, you said you were popular and that you did not assault the girl or coerce her into anything. It's that you were popular and she wanted to be with you and you didn't want to really be with her, and then you denied taking the photo. So, but that's all the same year. So were you picked on, or were you popular, or what? Can you explain the discrepancy?
I was playing football, and I have a family member named Arkell Newsom, which is famous, and he played football. So I guess the kids from the high school or Derby was hating on me, I guess, or just jealous or whatever the case may be. We should actually be cool and friends first. So it was kind of shocking how our relationship just went downhill. But yeah, like I was talking to the female and I didn't want to be with her, and because she was being with a lot of other people respectfully, and I just didn't want to be with her for that. And I did have sex with her, but I didn't force her or nothing. I didn't force her or nothing. I think that we was both just young, and her mom ended up finding out, and she just panicked, and it just got all messed in there, man.
And then how did, so there was a photo, she was only 14, she was very young. And this photo of her nude from behind was shared in social media. And to several people, and it was said it was shared from you, from your Snapchat. So how did that happen if it was not from you?
Yeah, I seen that. Like, that's what, yeah, I seen that. To be honest, I don't know how that, I feel like it was Photoshop or something. Like, they didn't even have her face in the picture. And it didn't, I don't know. I didn't do that, man. I don't know. I didn't take no photo of her and send it to nobody.
And threatened to have your older sister beat her up if she didn't have sexual
Yeah, that's
interactions.
another thing. That's another thing too. I don't even have a sister, so I don't know how that was even brought up.
Well, she may not need to know your family background, but to threaten, you know, if someone's being threatened, you know, and she's young, she was young. So I would, you know, I can't imagine what that did to her, being so young in a school and having that happen. It says, so you had an assessment about when you were engaging in community services for problem sexual behavior, and it said that you were attending, you had good attendance, and you were completed different assignments, but that you did not utilize treatment effectively because you did not complete any credibility assessments. Were you supposed to take credibility assessments and you refused?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, man, about the system.
Okay. So you're not sure what that reference is?
Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure, man.
Okay, so your intent is to successfully complete that program when you're in the community again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure will.
Okay. You say you were with your girlfriend for 13 years. Is that the same girlfriend that you said you were then with when you were with the 14-year-old?
No. Me and my girlfriend now was in 13 years. We just been off and on for 13 years. But
okay.
Like we knew each other for 13 years basically.
Okay.
But,
so you were not supposed to be committed to her while you were with the 14-year-old?
No. No.
Okay. And you lost your facility job because you received the intox ticket?
Yes, ma'am.
When you want to return to the same neighborhood, do you think there'd be any trouble coming back to that same neighborhood? Anybody that you'd be worried about seeing, or are there any things from the past that might come back that would interfere with your ability to do well, or?
No, ma'am. I wanted to not even be around that area, like in that type of environment. Avoid all negative situations.
And we did receive 2 support letters. So what we're reading, I apologize, it was, I guess, submitted late. So there are actually support letters for you. So we want to make sure that we review all information that was sent. So please, we're not ignoring you. We're actually trying to make sure that we have, read everything that was submitted for you or about you. And one of them, it does reference that you've taken accountability for all of your alleged crimes. Can you talk about what maybe they're talking about for the alleged crimes?
Alleged crime, no.
Yeah. So what they might be, and this is your support network, but it sounds like they also don't think that you were guilty of everything that you're serving time for, or that you've been convicted of.
Yeah, I kind of understand, but I'd say it's like, probably because nobody got hurt in their eyes, but I understand that being a verbal argument can, do as much damage as being physical, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I understand, like, the outcome of the situation.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you. I'm all set. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right, I think we're done with the questions, Mr. Harris. So we're going to discuss your case now and we'll come back and give you an answer. You can listen, but please don't interrupt during this time.
I appreciate you.
Okay, thank you. Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So Mr. Harris, he's, before us, as we've discussed, for a threatening charge that involves a firearm. He denies that, but however, that's the information that we have. And 2 violations of probation with underlying charges of a violent nature, a burglary first, assault second with a weapon, and an illegal sexual assault for a victim under 16. He was attending treatment for the sexual assault case. However, there's again another discrepancy about whether or not he was attending mental health and substance abuse treatment. He was in the community. I want to give him credit for almost 3 years. While he was on probation, he was also working at least 2 jobs. At one point he says 3, but there's definitely 2 jobs at a time he was working. So he was being productive, has taken some appropriate programs to include the domestic violence and the TIER program. What I'm concerned about is the disciplinary reports. He's got 3 disciplinary reports. One in 2023, which we didn't speak specifically about, has him with contraband in the facility at New Haven. And the newest one, the Intox ticket, I hear that he was stressed out and struggling. However, it follows his completion of the Tier 2 program, which is always very concerning to us. It cost him a lot. It cost him his job. I do appreciate that he was able to articulate with the domestic violence program how he would now handle the situation going forward. He does have some support in the community. We have 2 letters, one from his mother, one who has agreed to sponsor him. However, the disciplinary reports, the nature of the underlying offenses and the new offense, to me, are very concerning. So I do not have Mr. Harris voted to parole today.
Yeah, I agree.
And he scores very high for rescue citizen.
Yeah. And he was on probation at the time. I mean, it's just a lot to overlook. And this Intox disciplinary report after too, it's just, a huge letdown,
It is, and using drugs facility is such a problem.
And he lost his job. I mean, that's the kind of negative things that happen when there's just a lot of effects, a ripple effect of other things that start to come apart,
That's right.
And it's the same thing in the community, when you go out and you do things you're not supposed to be doing, everything else starts falling apart. Councilmember Keith?
I agree.
I agree also. Can you talk about the reasons here, Councilmember Smith-Palmieri, you'd like?
Yes, I had nature and circumstance for institutional adjustment and current offense committed on probation. I think he's done the programs.
Yeah.
I think, aside from the disciplinary ticket, I do hear offender change. I do hear different ways to manage situations. He at least can identify what his relapse was all about. So for that reason, I just had those 3.
Okay, fine with that. In the end of my record's indicated, we're only talking about 3 months here, right?
Yeah.
So he's getting out regardless, shortly after.
Right.
Okay, so in regards to Frank Harris, inmate number 424950, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on the nature and circumstances of the current offense or institutional adjustment, and the current offense was committed while on probation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mr. Harris, we were not able to grant you discretionary parole today. We're only talking about 3 months, so you're going to be getting out anyway next year. So we wish you the. What's that?
You said 3 months.
In between your discretionary parole date, right, and your end of sentence was just a couple of months. Yeah. So your end of sentence is coming up next year, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
This concludes the hearing for Frank Harris, inmate number 424954. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunphy. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon. By stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri,
Panel Member Keys.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Giovanni Beltran, 427-535.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Giovanni Beltran, inmate number 427535. He is serving a total effective sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 4 years, with 3 years of probation to follow, for 2 counts of possession with intent to sell, dispense narcotic, in violation of a protective order and assault second. As of today, record reflects the parole eligibility date of January 24, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed a domestic violence education program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Beltran, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want to start by taking full responsibility for my past actions. I understand the harm and pain and damage I caused and the impact it had on others and family members and myself. I carry that with me every day. My time in custody has given me the chance to reflect deeply, to grow, and to make real changes in my life. During my incarceration, I have completed programs and I have learned the importance of accountability, discipline, and empathy. I've worked hard to become a better person, someone who contributes positively to others and to society. If granted parole, I plan to reconnect with family, find stable employment, continue education. I built a support system outside that's ready to help me stay on the right path. I know that parole is a privilege, not a right. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for the opportunity to prove my actions that I've changed and that I'm ready to live as a responsible, law-abiding member of the community.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement, sir. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to take turns asking you questions. And then when we're done, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to start with the questions this afternoon. So let's start with the drug charges. Why were you selling drugs instead of working at that time?
Because I couldn't find no employment and I was homeless.
Did you try to apply to places that fill out applications?
Yes,
You were on probation, right, when this happened?
no,
Because you have one of these charges is violation of, oh, I'm sorry, it's protective order. Okay. Okay. All right. So you had a protective order, but you were still together with the victim? Is that what was going on?
yes,
So you guys were both together. You were willingly being together with the protective order in place?
yes, and she was willingly going to court saying that she didn't want the protective order and it was just.
So she was trying to get the protective order lifted?
Yeah, and there wasn't nothing there.
But you have to, I mean, once the protective order is in place, you have to abide by the rules until it gets lifted. You can't be with her. Do you understand that now?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. Do you still have a relationship with the victim now?
No,
So when you get out, you have no intention of continuing a relationship?
no,
Okay.
no, sir.
So, and then this other incident where the stabbing, it sounds like you got out of the car and had a problem with the person, right? But then you got back in the car and left?
Yes.
And then you came back. Why did you come back? When you were already leaving, it was over. Why did you come back?
To be honest, I really don't know.
You could have just drove away, that was over, but you came back and now you stabbed the guy and it turned into a much different thing. You know what I mean?
I definitely understand.
Yeah. Maybe if you would have just left when you first had that confrontation with him, he might not even have called the police. It could have just been over, it been done with. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I think you made your point. I don't know why, I can't understand that part of the story is returning, you know? How long was it after you left till you came back? Just a couple of minutes or was it later?
No, just a couple of minutes.
Okay. You've received 9 disciplinary reports. The last one was for contraband, where it says that you were selling K2 inside of the prison. And this is the same kind of behavior you were doing out in the community. Why have you had so much trouble like with the rules in prison?
To be honest, sir, I wasn't really like selling K2.
Okay, what happened?
It was like, so I lost a family member like 2-3 months ago. So I got like, I'm not gonna lie, I got back into doing what I'm not supposed to. Like, I got back into it. Now, I went to SAG, I caught a outside charge, they threw it out. Now I explained myself to them. And basically, I'm clean now. Like, I'm clean. I tried. It was hard though. Not gonna lie.
So you have to find other ways to deal with bad news, loss, grief, It's difficult for all of us when we hear that a family member has died or someone has gotten very sick, those kinds of things, people that we care about. Have you thought about other ways that you can deal with that instead of getting back into criminal activity? Can't let things like that, make you end up in jail. You know what I mean?
Yes.
The people that died, the people that are sick, they don't want you to go to jail for what happened to them. Do you understand that? That's not really a good way to honor, that loss that you're feeling. What else could you do that's more positive so that when you hear news like that, someone, your friend or family member dies, what else could you do to handle that instead of getting back involved in criminal activity?
I could have conversated and expressed myself towards family members and like friends.
Yeah.
But instead I just held it in.
Yeah.
That's where I messed up at. That's where I.
So you know what to do. Maybe you could have sent a note to the mental health people and say, I'm really struggling. This was hard for me to hear this news before it gets to all this. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You got to reach out for help to people maybe you trust in a facility, someone in the mental health department or other family members, like you said, You took the domestic violence class, right?
Yes.
Can you talk about what you learned in that program?
Excuse me?
Can you tell us what you learned in domestic violence?
I learned that domestic violence is not necessarily physical. It could be physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, financially abusive, and like physical abuse, financially abuse, emotional abuse.
All right. And your release plan is to go to a halfway house and find a job. Is there anything else that you wanted to add to your release plan?
To be honest, I just want to go to a halfway house and find employment from there and get my own apartment and get my life like in order.
Okay. What about taking care of your mental health and your sobriety? I don't see that as part of your release plan. Are those things that you're gonna continue to try to do when you're out?
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna continue with my medications.
Yeah. Okay. Those are all the questions I have. I'm gonna see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there. We don't have our keys.
You had trouble maintaining work before. Was that because of your criminal involvement, or did you have trouble also just getting along with coworkers and keeping a schedule, or was it criminal involvement, substance abuse?
I really had trouble with criminal involvement and like substance abuse.
And you're young, you will know, so, all that stuff, it gets better as you get older, and hopefully you'll be more committed and able to stick with it. You're currently studying for your GED in the facility, right?
Yes.
Good. Keep up with that. We know a lot of people fail many, many times before they succeed. I'm not saying that that's you. I'm just saying we've heard that from so many people. That's really, really hard. It's a very, very hard program and test. Just not to get discouraged if you don't pass right away. Just trying to review. Do you have a community program and providers that you have seen before that maybe you'd be comfortable going back to? A counselor or anyone?
To be honest, I talked to Willard Clinic. They told me like once I'm getting on the outside to call them so I could go back to Willard Clinic.
Good. That's very good to hear. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes because I write questions before the interview, and so I'm just trying to review and see if there's anything that's left that had not already been discussed that I think is important to hear. That's okay. I think I'm all set. Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time to answer my questions. So, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Member Smith Palmieri.
Mr. Beltran, were you going to Wheeler Clinic before you were arrested?
Not really, because I got off probation. So my past incarceration, when I got off probation, Willard Clinic probation basically put me to, stimulated for me to go to Willard Clinic.
Right.
Willard Clinic basically stopped helping me once I got off probation.
Okay. And did you have assistance to help you stay at Wheeler Clinic? Did you have any kind of state medical benefits that might have helped you stay there?
Not at all.
Okay. Okay. So you weren't getting, when you got arrested, you weren't getting any mental health or substance abuse help?
Yeah, well, only at Willard Clinic.
Yeah, but it was all done, right? After you got off probation?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And, so you had a car accident and you've got some medical issues because of it.
Yeah.
Do you go anywhere for medical treatment for that?
I used to go to Hartford. And King Street. I forgot the place, but since I'm an adult now, I can't really go there no more. I guess it's for minors.
Oh, okay. Were you going to the Institute of Living? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're going someplace in Hartford. Okay. All right. So you weren't really getting any kind of treatment when you were getting arrested for this. You had finished with probation and everything else. All right, Mr. Beltran, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Beltran, we're done with the questions. So we're going to talk about your case now. You can listen, sir.
Yes.
Just please don't interrupt during this time, and then we'll give you our answer shortly, okay? Okay, so Mr. Beltran is here for a couple different charges: violation of protective order, assault, second, possession, narcotics, with intent to sell, 2 counts. He rates very high for his risk to recidivate. It's concerning. I'm particularly concerned about the stabbing incident. tried to talk to him a little bit about it, and he really wasn't able to shed any light, on why he went back. He was having a disagreement with someone, and then was in the car, and then decides to go back and then stabs the person. So it's very concerning. While he's in the facility, he does take domestic violence in the Tier 2 program, but along with that, he has a lot of disciplinary reports, 9 of them. The last one I have is in August. 2 of them in August for contraband, it looks like, just recently. Displaying some similar behavior as to what was going on outside, Some of the disciplinary reports going back a little bit further were for fighting, also similar to the stabbing, So, for me today, I don't see enough change based on the disciplinary reports and reading the documents of what occurred for me to be comfortable with his discretionary parole. So I do not find him suitable today. Panel Keys?
I agree. It looked like he was granted community release until 8/14/25, but when it was rescinded due to his 8/12 DL. Yeah, I'm just concerned he's not quite ready, although I feel for him. I hope he gets the right support in the community the next time around, but.
Yeah, he's 85%, so it's only 6 months between his parole eligibility date and his end of sentence, so.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can use the rest of his time to just keep working on himself,
Mr. Beltran needs services when he gets into the
Yeah.
community. He needs duly diagnosed services,
Yes.
connections with medical.
Mhm.
So I think that I don't think he's suitable for parole today. And I'm hopeful that this time until he's released, he can get things lined up for himself with Wheeler Clinic and any other services that maybe could be available.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just probation to follow, so.
Yeah.
The reasons I have were nature and circumstances, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Yes.
Are those okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, in regards to Giovanni Beltran, inmate number 427535, I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on the nature and circumstances of the current offense, its poor institutional adjustment, and its inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Beltran, we were not able to find you suitable for discretionary parole today. You do have you don't have much time left, so you're gonna be getting out, next year in 2026. So I would just keep working on those plans that you told us about with Wheeler Clinic and all of the programs. So that way, when you get out, you have the support to be successful so that you don't come back. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
This concludes the hearing for Giovanni Beltran, inmate number 427535. This concludes the hearing for Carl Robinson. The time is now 2:36.